upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya. Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
This is my story.
Ano ang kwento ng buhay mo? Malungkot? Masaya? May kababalaghan? O puno ng aksyon? Ang bawat kwento ng kapwa nating Pilipino ay mahalaga.
This is my story.
Sama-sama nating ibahagi ito upang magbigay aral at inspirasyon sa ating lahat. This is my story.
This is my story.
Hosted by Mitch Desunia tuwing Sabado alas 3 hanggang alas 4 ng hapon. Mapapakinggan dito sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
This is my story.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air
And online.
kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air, mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia, sa gabay at tanong. Sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air
And online.
kasama si Professor Willie Perez tuwing Sabado alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
fellow learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki, Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 20. Simulcast over DCTC Radio Filipino Tarlac 824. We are also live at Channel 100 of Converge Cable. Today is our 12th episode of Learning English for the fourth quarter. This is Pinky Q. Rivera, your teacher broadcaster from Manao High School. Before we continue, I want you to get your learning activity sheet, your pen, and be in a place where you are most comfortable. I also want to remind you that at the end of the broadcast, you learners should be able to identify the guidelines on how to develop an effective paragraph. Identify the types of text. Lastly, compose a simple paragraph that illustrates the given text. In your previous lesson, you have learned how to develop a good paragraph. And to recap, if you can still remember, let us see by answering activity 1, there are 3 calls. Listen as I read the instructions. Put a check mark on the blank before the number if the statement shows an effective paragraph, and an X mark if not. Number 1. It is usually has a topic sentence that ties information together. Number 2. It focuses on one main point or example. Number 3. It presents ideas in a logical way to establish credibility. Number 4. It contains sentences that are not related with the topic. And for our number 5, we have uses repetition in referring similar. I'm giving you 5 seconds to answer it. Okay, now, let us check your work. Here are the answers. For our number 1, it is a check. Because, as we all know, an effective paragraph has a main idea that ties information together. Get it? Okay, for our number 2, it's also a check. A good paragraph talks about one idea from the start until the end. For our number 3, the answer is also check, because in writing a paragraph, the idea should be arranged in a logical way. For our number 4, it is an X, because a good paragraph should contain sentences which are related with each other. And for our last number, we have an N. A good paragraph should avoid repetition and uses pronouns and synonyms referring similar ideas. Did you get the perfect score? Very good. It seems that you listened very well. So, now that you know the basics of writing a developed paragraph, it is also vital to know the different types of text. And that is what we are going to discuss this afternoon. So, let's get started. Are you familiar with the Name It to Win It of Showtime? Okay, if yes, then good, because we will have that in our activity 2. For our activity 2, you are going to name or guess the words by using the given picture as a hint. You will be given 3 seconds to answer each number. Write your answer inside the box. Let us have number 1. So that you see the picture. Now, what is your answer? Okay, your answer is narrative. Very good. It is a narrative text. Okay, narrative text tells a story about an event or series of events, usually in a chronological order. This type of text is used to bring the reader along the character's journey. Narrative text can either be fiction or non-fiction. Under fiction, we have fairy tales, novels, sci-fi, fables, and myths. And for non-fiction, we have articles, newspaper reports, and historical writing. Now, let's have number 2. You have the picture. What do you think is your answer? Okay, the answer is expository. This type of text is used for explanation, for it provides information, including facts, instructions, and definitions. It could also describe a process and move the reader step by step through a method, and that is expository. Now let's have the next number. There you have the picture. Can you guess what number 3 is? For our number 3, we have, yes, it's personal recount. Personal recount is a type of text that retells an action, interest, event, or activity that the writer has been directly involved. Examples of this may include journal, personal letter, anecdote, and biography. Okay, let us have the next number. Can you guess the word? Now, for our number 4, we have persuasive. Very good. It tries to get the reader to accept particular point of view or understand the writer's position. It is used to share opinions and convince others to agree or take action. Examples of this are advertisement of a new product, editorial, and speech of political candidates. That is what we call persuasive. Now let's have number 5. There you have the picture. What do you think it is? Yes, we have explanatory. An explanatory text explains a certain topic, an experiment, an activity, or how to do something. It requires explanation and supportive materials like fact-finding, data, and code. So, those are the types of text. Can you tell me what are those again? Yeah. We have narrative, expository, personal recount, explanatory, and persuasive. So let us see if you listen very well with the discussion. Let us accomplish the following activity. Let us have activity 3 that are supplied. For our activity A, we have the matching type. You are going to match the words in column A with their descriptions in column B. Write the letters only. Here we have the column A. Number 1, expository. Number 2, narrative. Number 3, personal recount. Number 4, explanatory. And for our number 5, persuasive. For our column B, we have, for the letter A, recall past experiences. Letter B tells a story. It also entertains, instructs, and informs. Letter C gives information by giving direction. For our letter D, we have try to get the reader to accept particular point of view. And for our letter E, we have explain certain topic, and experiment or activity. Letter F talks about different topics. I'm giving you 5 seconds to answer. Okay, let's check your work. Here are the answers. Number 1 is letter D. Gives information by giving direction. Number 2 is letter B. Tells the story. For our number 3, the letter A. Recall past experiences. For our number 4, we have letter E. Explain certain topic, an experiment, or activity. And for our number 5, we have letter D. Tries to get the reader to accept particular point of view. Did you get all the correct answers? Okay, very good. Now, let us answer activity B. For our activity B, you are going to analyze the given topic or title and identify what type of text it is. Choose from the words inside the box. Here are the words. We have narrative, expository, persuasive, personal recount, explanatory. For the topic, we have number 1, my favorite summer vacation. Number 2, how to cook rice. Number 3, the political speech of a senatorial candidate. Number 4, should junk food be offered in the school canteen? And for our number 5, how to download a game. I will repeat. Number 1, we have my favorite summer vacation. Number 2, how to cook rice. Number 3, we have the political speech of a senatorial candidate. Number 4, should junk food be offered in the school canteen? And for our number 5, how to download the game. I am giving you 5 seconds to answer. Okay, let us check your work. For our number 1, we have narrative. Did you get the correct answer? Okay, it is a narrative because it tells a story about your favorite summer vacation. Number 2, how to cook rice. The answer is expository. It tells the process on how to bake a cake. How to cook rice. Next, we have number 3. It is persuasive because the speech will surely contain words convincing the people that the senator is the best candidate for them to vote. For our number 4, we have persuasive because it tries to get the reader to accept a particular point of view. And for our last number, we have expository. It tells the process on how to download the game. Did you get the perfect score? Very good. Now for your last activity, you are going to choose one topic from the given options. And you have to make a narrative, an explanatory, expository, persuasive, or personal recount paragraph about it. Take note, it does not need to be lengthy as long as it has the topic sentence, the body, and the concluding sentence. So here are the given topics. The most important person in my life. The next is the instructions on how to download and play my favorite game. And the last one is our recent family vacation. The rubric provided will guide you to produce an effective paragraph. So we have the rubric. We have the criteria. Excellent, 5 points. Good, 4 points. Needs improvement, 2. For the content, we have the writing serves the purpose and clearly shows the distinct characteristics of a text. The writing somehow serves its purpose and shows the distinct characteristics of a text. The writing did not serve its purpose and did not show some distinct characteristics of a text. For the main topic and supporting sentences, here we have the topic sentence is clearly stated and at least 2 supporting details are present. Topic sentence is somehow clearly stated and at least 1 supporting detail are present. The topic sentence is not clearly stated and no supporting details are present. And for our mechanics, The sentences have consistent standard English usage, grammar, spelling, and punctuation. The sentences have some errors but nothing major in usage, grammar, spelling, or punctuation. The sentences have distracting errors in usage, grammar, spelling, or punctuation. This rubric is shown in your learning activity sheet. If you are done writing, submit your output to your teacher in English. So, I hope you learned something from this discussion. That ends our discussion for this session. This has been your teacher broadcaster, Teacher Pinky Q. Rivera. Thank you for listening. God bless and keep safe, everyone.
Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan.
Handa ka na bang magpabakuna? Narito ang mga paalala at hakbang na gagawin sa proseso ng pagbabakuna. Bago ang pagbabakuna, kinakailangan mo nang dumaan sa pre-vaccination screening. Kinakailangan kumuha muna ng medical clearance sa doktor ang mga kabilang sa special population tulad ng mga sumusunod. May problema sa immune system, may cancer, may HIV, sumasailalim sa transplant operation, kasalukuyang umiinom ng steroids, mga senior citizens na may special conditions. Step 1. Waiting area. Siguraduhin kayo ay pumunta sa tamang oras at petsa ng inyong schedule sa pagbabakuna. Hindi papayagan ang mga walk-in sa vaccination sites. Maupo sa bakanting upuan alinsunod sa tamang pagkakasunod ng bilang. Hintayin na tawagin kayo para sa susunod na hakbang. Habang nag-aantay, sumunod sa minimum public health standards. Isuot ang face mask at face shield. Sundin ang proper physical distancing at ugaliing maghugas at isanitize. 2. Registration. Sundin ang mga patakaran ng inyong LGU o vaccination site sa pag-register at ipakita ang inyong government ID. Bibigyan kayo ng kopya ng informed consent form, health screening form, at mga pamphlet tungkol sa bakuna na pwede ninyong basahin. Hintayin na matapos ang proseso ng registration bago pumunta sa susunod na hakbang. Step 3. Screening. Kayo ay isa sa ilalim sa health screening at tatanungin tungkol sa inyong kalusugan tulad ng history of COVID-19 exposure, history of vaccination, mga gamot na iniinom, kung may allergies at iba pa. Ito ay para makasiguro kung angkop para sa inyo ang magpapakuna sa kasalukuyan. Step 4. Health Education. Makinig sa ibabahaging importanteng impormasyon tungkol sa pagbabakuna para sa COVID-19. Kung mayroon pa kayong ibang katanungan, sumangguni sa ating mga vaccination staff. Siguraduhin na pirmahan ang consent form na pumapayag kayong magpabakuna bago pumunta sa susunod na hakbang. Step 5. Vaccine Administration. Ito ang panahon kung saan kayo ay babakunahan sa loob ng 1 hanggang 2 minuto. Huwag kalimutan na kunin ang inyong vaccination card pagkatapos matanggap ang bakuna. Step 6. Observation. Alinsunod sa Department of Health, ang lahat ng magpapabakuna ay kailangang manatili sa pasilidad ng 15 hanggang 30 minuto para obserbahan kung may hindi magandang nararamdaman. Ang ating medical staff ay nakatutok sa inyo para ma-monitor ang inyong kalusugan. Bibigyan kayo ng mga pangalan ng health facility o hotline o contact kung saan pwedeng pumunta kung kinakailangang sumangguni dahil sa side effects ng bakuna. Narito rin ang mga paalala na dapat tandaan. Siguraduhin bumalik sa schedule para sa pangalawang dose ng bakuna. Laging tandaan na kahit nabakunahan ka na, ay huwag pa rin kalimutang sumunod sa minimum public health standards tulad ng pagsasanitize ng mga kamay, pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield, at pagdidistansya sa iba ng 1 metro. Ito ay para na rin sa ating proteksyon at sa proteksyon ng iba. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, bisitahin ang mga sumusunod na pages. Tara sa Vida Vaccination!
Sa pagnanais na mapigilan ng ating pamahalaan ang pagdami ng bilang ng mga kaso ng COVID-19, binuo ang One Hospital Command Center o OHCC upang mas mabilis na matugunan ang medikal na pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Bukas ang OHCC 24 oras araw-araw. Tumawag lamang sa mga hotline nito sa 0919-977-3333 o 0915-777-7777 o 02-886-50500. Maaari ring i-download ang Pure Force Citizens app sa Android o iOS upang mabilis na matugunan ang sinumang nangangailangan. Layon din ng OHCC na maiwasang mapuno ang kapasidad ng bawat ospital. Kaya't kung ikaw ay kinakailangang tumawag sa OHCC, mabibigyan ka ng libreng preliminary consultation. Para sa mga nangangailangan ng emergency quick response, makikipag-ugnayan ang OHCC sa DOH Bed Tracker at sa mga ospital upang makahanap agad ng pinakamalapit na bakanteng ospital. Ang transportasyon o ambulansya naman ng ospital na inirefer ng OHCC sa pasyente ang siyang susundo sa bahay nito. Kaya't kapag ikaw ay nakakaranas ng anumang sintomas ng COVID-19 o nangangailangan ng agarang tulong medikal, tumawag lamang sa OHCC at handa silang tumulong sa lahat ng oras.
Kumusta ginigiliw kong mga mag-aaral?
Muling sumasa inyo ang Aral TarlakHenyo
Mula sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DZTC.
828 Radyo Pilipino.
Ako ang inyong guro,
Ginoong Orlando Santos Alejo Jr. sa sining pang-industriya ng ika-4 na baitang
sasamahan at gagabayan ka
Gamit ang makabagong paraan ng komunikasyon.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo sa Schools Division of Tarlac Province sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 DZTZ Radio Filipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Naririto tayo at nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kamusta kayo mga ginigiliw kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginoong Arvin Lee, upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin kung saan natataya ang epekto ng mga ideolohiya ng Cold War at ng neokolonyalismo sa iba't ibang bahagi ng daigdig. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mga mag-aaral sa ika-8 baitang, nakasalukuyang nakasubaybay sa ating live broadcast. Kung kayo po ay may mga katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay maaari kayong mag-text sa aking numero 0938-0789-207. Inuulit ko, 0938-0789-207. Kaya text na. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, pinapaalala kong muli ang ating kasunduan bago simulan ng ating talakayan. Una, siguraduhin na kayo ay nasa komportableng lugar habang nakasubaybay sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo. Pangalawa, ihanda ang siping ng inyong module, papel at ballpen na gagamitin sa ating pag-aaral. At panghuli, iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang bagay at ituon ang sarili sa paksang tatalakayin. Batid ko na kayang-kaya niyo yang gawin. Balikan muna natin ang paksang tinalakay noong nakaraang linggo. Subukan ninyong sagutin ang 5 tanong na aking ibibigay ukol sa pananaw sa Cold War, mga tunay na sanhi at kompetisyon sa kalawakan ng USSR at ng USA. Para sa balik-aral, ihanda ang inyong ballpen at papel at isulat sa sagutang papel ang sagot sa aking 5 katanungan. Handa na ba kayo? Kung ganun, magsisimula na tayo sa ating balik-aral. Para sa unang tanong, ang Unyong Soviet o USSR ay binubuo ng mga letra. Ano ang kahulugan ng acronym na USSR? Ang sagot ay United Soviet Socialist Republic. Para naman sa ikalawang tanong, sino ang tumawag na Iron Curtain o pampulitikang paghahati sa pagitan ng Soviet Bloc at taga-kanluran? Ang sagot ay si Winston Churchill. Para naman sa ating ikatlong tanong, anong sasakyang pangkalawakan ang pinadala ng USSR na kauna-unahang lumabas sa daigdig noong Oktubre 1957, ang panahon ng kalawakan o space age? Ang sagot ay Sputnik First. Para naman sa ating ika-apat na tanong, siya ang kauna-unahang taong ipinadala sa kalawakan ng USSR na unang cosmonaut na lumigid sa mundo sakay ng Vostok 1 noong 1961. Ang sagot ay si Yuri Gagarin. Para naman sa ating ikalimang tanong, anong satellite ang pinalipad sa kalawakan na noong ika-10 ng Hunyo 1962? Isa itong pangkomunikasyong satellite na nagulat ang buong mundo sa nagawang ito ng US. Sa pamamagitan nito, maaari nang makatanggap ng tawag sa telepono at makakita ng palabas sa telebisyon mula sa ibang bansa. Ang sagot ay Telstar. Ilan ang nakuha mong tamang sagot? Batid ko na marami. Kung hindi man, may mga pagkakataon ka pang makabawi sa ating mga susunod na gawain. Tinalakay natin sa nakaraang aralin ang tungkol sa pananaw sa Cold War, mga tunay na sanhi, at ang kompetisyon sa kalawakan ng USSR at ng USA. Kung sa nakaraang talakayan, tinalakay ang tungkol sa pananaw sa Cold War, mga naging tunay na sanhi, at ang kompetisyon sa kalawakan ng USSR at ng USA, ngayon ay handa na ba kayong sa ating bagong aralin? Game na ba kayong mag-aral at matuto dito pa rin sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo? Atin namang tatalakayin ngayong araw ang mabuting epekto ng Cold War, ang hindi mabuting epekto ng Cold War, at ang pagwawakas ng Cold War. Inaasahan natin na pagkatapos ng leksyong ito ay kaya na ninyong maisa-isa at masuri ang mga epekto ng mga ideolohiya ng Cold War at ng neokolonyalismo sa iba't ibang bahagi ng daigdig. Handa na ba kayo? Pero bago natin simulan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon muna tayo ng kalinawan ukol sa dalawang salita. Meron tayong IMF at meron din tayong NATO. Ano nga ba ang kahulugan ng IMF? At ano nga ba ang kahulugan ng acronym na NATO? Pag-uusapan natin ngayon yan, ang kahulugan ng dalawang yan, dito pa rin sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang IMF o International Monetary Fund ay isang institusyon na nilikha na may layuning garantiyahan ang katatagan ng international na sistema ng pera sa loob ng balangkas ng isang kasunduan sa korporasyon sa pagitan ng mga bansa. Sa kasalukuyan, ang IMF ay mayroong 189 na kasapi ng mga bansa. Ang pangunahing punong tanggapan nito ay sa Washington, D.C. Ang executive board nito ay binubuo ng 24 director na maaaring kumatawan sa isang bansa o pangkat ng mga bansa. Ang mga mapagkukunan ng IMF ay nagmumula sa mga kota na binabayaran ng mga kasaping bansa, proporsyonal sa laki ng mga bansa sa mga terminong pang-ekonomiya at ang epekto nito sa ekonomiya ng mundo. Ang NATO naman ay kumakatawan sa North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Ito ay isang alyansang pampolitika na nilikha noong Cold War noong 1949 at batay sa suportang kapwa militar sa mga kasaping bansa sakaling magkaroon ng pagsalakay sa mga third party. Ang North Atlantic Treaty ay nilagdaan noong April 4, 1949 ng Estados Unidos at ang mga kaalyado nito sa Europa. sa Washington, D.C. Ang layunin nito ay paglikha ng isang alyansa sa pagitan ng Europa at ng Hilagang Amerika upang masiguro ang kalayaan at seguridad ng mga kasaping bansa sa pamamagitan ng pampolitika at militar na pamamaraan. Ang malamig na digmaang ito ay isa sa pinakadakilang hidwaan sa militar, pang-ekonomiya, pangkultura at panglipunan noong ika-20 siglo, na ideolohikal na hinarap ang dalawang superpower ng oras, ang Union of Soviet Socialist Republic or USSR at ang United States of America or USA para sa world supremacy. Ang nauna ay tagapagtaguyod ng modelong komunista, habang ang huli ay ipinagtanggol ang modelong kapitalista. Ang salitang Cold War ay nilikha ng manunulat na Ingles na si George Orwell noong 1945 sa kanyang sanaysay, You and the Atomic Bomb, na inilathala sa Pahayagan Tribune. Ginamit niya ang pangalang iyon dahil ito ay isang subsidiary war. Ibig sabihin, ang dalawang magkaribal ay hindi nag-aaway ng hayagan, ni gumawa ng direktang aksyon ng militar laban sa bawat isa. Ano-ano ang mabuting epekto ng Cold War? Ano-ano ang di mabuting epekto ng Cold War? At paano nagwakas ang Cold War? Ating isa-isahin at ipapaliwanag ko yan ng mas maigi at mas malinaw dito pa rin sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo. Para sa ating unang gawain, meron tayong tinatawag na compare and contrast. Ihanda ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen, isulat ang pangalan, antas at pangkat at petsa ngayong araw. Magsisimula na tayo. Pagbimbingin ang bansang Estados Unidos at Unyong Soviet. Pagkatapos ay isulat mo sa kwaderno ang inyong sagot. Handa na ba kayo? Mukhang handang-handa na nga kayo. Kung ang mga naisulat mong ideya tungkol sa Estados Unidos ay demokratiko, kapitalista, matira-matibay o survival of the fittest, richest world power, kalayaan ng mga tao, free elections, at kalayaang mamahayag. Samantala, ang USSR naman ay walang election or fixed. Diktadorya. Komunista, everybody helps everybody, poor economic base, lipunang kontrolado ng mga sekretong mga pulis, at total censorship. Kayo ay mahusay. Ang mga ideyang iyan ang nagpapakita ng pagkakatulad at pagkakaiba ng Estados Unidos at ng Unyong Soviet. Formal na nagsimula ang Cold War matapos ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig noong 1945 at tagumpay sa mundo ng modelong kapitalista. Ang Cold War ay isang gitnang tunggalian sa panahon ng kasaysayan na magpakailanman binago nito ang international na balanse ng mga kapangyarihan at nag-iwan ng permanenteng marka sa pagsasaayos ng pampolitika, pang-ekonomiya, at panlipunan ng buong mga rehiyon. Bilang karagdagan, minarkahan nito ang isang oras ng pagtiting nito ng takot sa isang digmaang otonomiko. Para sa unang bahagi ng ating aralin, ito ay tungkol sa dalawang epekto ng Cold War. Ang mabuting epekto ng Cold War at ang hindi mabuting epekto ng Cold War. Ang Estados Unidos at Unyong Soviet ay nagpasikat sa pagpapalaganap ng kanilang ideolohiya. Bukod sa larangan ng military, tiniyak din ng Estados Unidos na maayos ang takbo ng ekonomiya ng pandaigdigang sistemang kapitalista. Binuo ang International Monetary Fund or IMF upang ayusin ang daloy ng malayang kalakalan sa mundo. Kasabay ring inayos ang International Bank of Rehabilitation and Reconstruction o mas kilala sa acronym na IBRR o World Bank upang tumulong sa gawaing rehabilitasyon at rekonstruksyon. Samantala, sa pagkamatay ni Stalin ng USSR, ay hiniling ni Khrushchev ang peaceful coexistence o mapayapang pakikipamuhay, sa halip na makipaglaban pa sa digmaan. Isinulong ni Mikhail Gorbachev ang glasnost o pagiging bukas sa pamunuan sa pamayanan at perestroika o pagbabago ng pangangasiwa sa ekonomiya. Nagkasundo sina Gorbachev ng Unyong Soviet at Ronald Reagan ng Amerika na tapusin na ang arms race upang maituon ang budget ng ekonomiya at pangailangan ng nakararami. Maraming imbensyon ang naisagawa ng dalawang panig. Ang pagpapalipad ng Sputnik I ng USSR at Vostok I, sakay si Yuri Gagarin, unang cosmonaut na lumipad sa mundo. Ang USA naman ang nagpalipad ng Friendship 7, Apollo 11, at mga puwersang nukleyar na hindi lamang ginamit sa digmaan, kundi pati na rin sa medisina at maging sa komunikasyon. Base sa unang leksyon, mayroon tayong isang katanungan. Ano-ano ang mabuting epekto ng Cold War? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay maraming imbensyon ang naisagawa ng dalawang panig, ang pagpapalipad ng Sputnik I ng USSR at Vostok I sakay si Yuri Gagarin upang unang cosmonaut na lumigid sa mundo, ang US naman ang nagpalipad ng Friendship 7, Apollo 11, at ang paggamit ng puwersang nukleyar sa digmaan, maging sa medisina at maging sa komunikasyon. Sa ikalawang bahagi ng ating leksyon, ating tatalakayin ang tungkol sa mga di mabuting epekto ng Cold War. Dahil sa Cold War, umigting ang hindi pagkakaunawaang pampolitika, pampamilitar, at kalakalan ng mga bansa. Bumaba ang moral ng mga manggagawa ng Unyong Soviet na nagdulot ng malaking suliraning pang-ekonomiya. Dahil sa matinding sigalot, bunga ng Cold War, iginiit ng dalawang puwersa ang kanilang pamamalakad, kaya't nawalan ng tunay na pagkakaisa. Nagkaroon pa ng banta ng digmaan nang magkaroon ng mga samahang pansandatahan tulad ng North Atlantic Treaty Organization o mas kilala sa tinatawag nating NATO, Warsaw Treaty Organization o Warsaw Pact, at ang ikatlong puwersa o mas kilala sa kilusang non-aligned. Base sa ating ikalawang leksyon, mayroon tayong isang katanungan. Ano-ano ang hindi mabuting epekto ng Cold War? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay dahil sa pag-igting ng hindi pagkakaunawaang pampolitika, pangmilitar at kalakalan ng mga bansa, bumaba ang moral ng mga manggagawa ng Unyong Soviet na nagdulot ng malaking suliraning pang-ekonomiya. Nawalan din ng tunay na pagkakaisa, paggasta ng malaking halaga, takot sa pangamba ng bawat bansa sa banta ng nuclear weapons. Kung gano'n ang iyong mga sagot, napakahusay. At para naman sa ating ikatlong bahagi ng ating leksyon, ating tatalakayin ay tungkol sa pagwawakas ng Cold War. May mga pangyayaring nagbigay daan sa pagwawakas ng Cold War. Sa taong 1953, namatay si Marshal Joseph Stalin ng Unyong Soviet. Pinalitan ni Nikita Khrushchev na nagtakda ng bagong patakaran. Ito ay ang peaceful coexistence sa mga kanluranin. Noong taon 1969, naging Pangulo ng Estados Unidos si Richard Nixon. Pinaulad niya ang relasyon ng Estados Unidos at ng USSR sa pamamagitan ng delente o pagpapaluwag ng tensyon. Inalis ang tropang Amerikano sa Vietnam. Pinalaw ang China ng USSR. Sa taong 1972, nilagdaan ang SALT or Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty. Kasamang lumagda dito ay si Leonid Brezhnev. Nakapagbigay ito ng malaking pag-asa na malimitahan na ang panganib ng pagkakaroon ng digmaang nuklear. Sa taong 1974, nagbitiw ng tungkulin si Richard Nixon dahil sa Watergate scandal. Nagkaroon ito ng tensyon sa pagitan ng dalawang bansa. Sa taon naman ng 1985, naging Pangulo ng Russia si Mikhail Gorbachev. Ipinatupad niya ang mga bagong patakaran sa Russia tulad ng mga sumusunod: glasnost o openness, pagiging transparent ng pamahalaan, perestroika o muling pagsasaayos ng ekonomiya, democratization o pagboto ng mga mamamayan ng kanilang pinuno. Taong 1987, nilagdaan ni Gorbachev at Reagan ang Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces or INF sa Washington, D.C. Ito ay ang kauna-unahang kasunduan sa kasaysayan na nag-aalis ng lahat ng uri ng armas na nuklear. Sa taong 1989, binuwag na ang Berlin Wall. Sa taong 1990, pinagsanib ang silangan at kanlurang Alemanya noong buwan ng Oktubre. Noong Oktubre 1990, nilagdaan ang Charter of Paris for New Europe na may 34 na estado. Sila ang kumakatawan sa silangan at maging sa kanlurang Europe. Ito na rin ang naging hudyat ng pagwawakas ng Cold War. Noong taon 1991, nawalan ng kontrol ang Soviet Communist Party sa pamahalaan na naging dahilan ng pagkabuwag ng Unyong Sobyet. Sa kabuuan ng ating leksyon, makikita natin ang epekto ng kompetisyon sa hindi mabuting pamamaraan na hindi lamang nakaapekto sa dalawang bansa, pagkus sa buong mundo. Nakakalungkot mang isipin na sa panahong ito nangingibabaw pa rin ang kawalan ng tiwala. Ang Cold War ay hindidwaan sa pagitan ng United States at maging ng USSR sa aspetong pandiplomatiko, pang-ekonomiko, pang-militar, ideolohiya at siyensya. Katulad ng mga magkaibigan, ang kanilang hidwaan ay dulot ng kawalan ng tiwala, hindi pagtupad sa pangako at hindi pakikinig sa bawat isa. May mabuti at masamang epekto to sa ating mundo. Masakit ang ipagkanuluka ng isa na pinagkatiwalaan mo, gaya ng bansang USA at ng USSR. Maaari nating pag-isipang mabuti ang ating pagpili ng mga kasama. Gayunman, hindi solusyon ang lubusang paglayo sa mga tao. Upang maiwasan ang panganib na ikaw ay biguin, bakit hindi? Sapagkat ang kawalan ng tiwala sa iba ay nag-aalis sa atin ng sariling kaligayahan. Upang mamuhay ng kontento, kailangan natin ang ugnayang nakasalig sa pagtitiwala sa isa't isa at maging sa Panginoon. Magiliw kong mag-aaral, naisip nyo ba ang epekto ng kawalan ng tiwala? Kung ang sagot nyo ay oo, labis akong natutuwa. Sana ay naunawaan ninyo ang ikalawang bahagi ng ating talakayan patungkol sa mabuting epekto ng Cold War, mga di mabuting epekto ng Cold War at ang pagwawakas ng Cold War. Ngayon, tapos na natin ang ating ikalawang bahagi ng ating leksyon. Oras na para tasahin o sukatin ang inyong kaalaman ukol sa mabuting epekto ng Cold War, mga di mabuting epekto ng Cold War, at ang pagwawakas ng Cold War. Ihanda ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen para sa inyong gawain. Isulat ang inyong pangalan, antas, patpetsa ngayong araw. Magsisimula na tayo. Para sa ating unang gawain, isulat ang salitang nakabubuti or nakabuti kung ang pangusap ay nagpapahayag ng magandang epekto. Kung ito naman ay nagdudulot ng masama or masamang epekto, isulat ang nakasama. Handa na ba kayo? Para sa unang pangusap, binuo ang International Monetary Fund or IMF upang ayusin ang daloy ng kalakalan sa mundo. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay nakabuti, kayo ay tama. Para naman sa ikalawang pangusap, maraming imbensyon ang naisagawa ng dalawang panig. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay nakabuti, kayo ay magaling. Para naman sa ating ikatlong pangungusap, naputol ang kalakalan at limitado ang paglalakbay. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay nakasama, kayo ay magaling. Bumaba ang moral ng mga manggagawa na nagdulot ng malaking suliranin. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay nakasama, kayo ay tama. At para naman sa panghuli nating pangusap, banta ng puwersang otonomika. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay nakasama, very good. Para sa ating ikalawang gawain, isulat ang salitang tama kung wasto ang ideyang isinasaad ng pangusap, at kung ito naman ay mali, isulat ang salitang nagpamali sa pangusap. Sana ay huwag ninyong kalimutan ang mga mahalagang aral na inyong natutunan mula sa ating leksyon, at sikapin ninyo itong maibahagi sa iba. Inaasahan ko na kayo'y natuto sa ating talakayan ngayong araw na ito. Muli ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginoong Arvin Lee, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli!
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
Serving you with the different skills learned and have fun together.
niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
Good afternoon, learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ Radio Filipino Tarlac. I'm Hanites B. Alcantara from Eduardo Cojuangco National Vocational High School, your teacher broadcaster for TLE Dressmaking Grade 8. How are you, my dear learners, especially to our Grade 8 students? I hope that you are all in good health. Now, are you ready to learn something new? Make sure that you are in a comfortable place, free from noise, and properly ventilated. You may use your cell phone if you have any questions, or you may send your questions and answers through Messenger or in comment section. Okay, join me for half an hour and let's explore and learn new things. Today, we will focus our discussion on the area of home economics dressmaking, specifically on the measuring the parts of a blouse. At the end of the lesson, you should be able to use appropriate tools in measuring parts of a blouse, measure the parts of a finished blouse, and appreciate accurately measured garments. Now, I want you to prepare your compendium of notes in Dressmaking Grade 8, your activity sheet, your pen and notebook, so that you may take down notes as we go along with our lesson. Let's start by a short review. Last time, we discussed about the characteristics of a well-made parts and construction. Can you identify some general standards of finished apparel? Great! All your answers are correct. When checking the general standards of finished apparel, we should consider the following. The first is the thread. The chosen color should be slightly darker than the fabric, because thread appear lighter in line than when on the spool. The thread matches the color of the fabric. It must be correct in size and type. Next is machine stitching. In a perfect or balanced tension, the stitches are slightly oval. Check if the length of the stitches are even and same in length. See to it that the length of the stitches match to the thickness and texture of the material. Next is darts. A dart appears on the right side as a plain seam, well pressed and lying smoothly without pucker or bubble at this point. Quality check if the dart is evenly and gradually tapered. Next is seam stitching. Seam stitching should appear as a line on the outside of the garment. Cross seams should not add bulk or show an obvious imprint on the right side of the garment after it has been pressed. Quality check. See to it that the seams are correctly placed, smooth, and flat. Next is sleeves. The sleeve must have sufficient fabric to cover the rounded part of the upper arm. Quality check. See to it that the sleeves have no wrinkles and it must be balanced. Buttonholes. A well-made buttonholes must be functional, well-proportioned, and well-planned spacing. Quality check if the buttonholes are correctly positioned in the placket and the thread color coordinates with the fabric. Next is collar. A well-constructed collar points and edges lie flat on neck or shoulders, often hollowed out to give a comfortable, cool effect or to provide room for a necklace or scarf. Quality check. See to it that the interfacing properly attached. Next is fasteners. A well-chosen fasteners match the color of the finished garment and contribute to its appearance. It may enhance or destroy the look of the apparel. Quality check. If the fastener's color match the material or fabric, it must be evenly spaced on the garment and secure and attached in place. Next is the placket. Plackets should reinforce the garment area where they are placed. Quality check if the placket lies smoothly on the body and stitching evenly distanced from the seam line. And next is hemline. Hems. A well-finished hem should appear flat on the right side of the garment, and it's finished with appropriate hemming stitches. Quality check if the hem is even in width when turned inside. All right. Do you have any questions regarding the past lesson? If there is no question, we will focus on the measuring the parts of a blouse. But before we go further, I will show you a picture and describe it in one sentence. Very good. All your ideas are correct. Their clothes are not fitted to them. They are wearing uncomfortable clothing. And the beauty of the body may not be enhanced because of their clothes. To avoid this problem in the future, I will discuss the procedure in checking the quality of a blouse. But before that, let's discuss first some technical terms we might encounter as we go along with our lesson. Across shoulder. From shoulder and passing the nape bone to the other shoulder end. Across back. From arm crease to arm crease at the back. Across chest. From arm crease to arm crease at the front. Upper arm, around the armhole. Sleeve, part of a garment attached set into the armhole. Now, what do you think is the best measuring tool in taking body measurements? Yes! Did you know that? A tape measure is a device used in taking body measurements. Before we discuss further, let me discuss first some safety precaution in using tape measure. Use the tape measure when your hands are not slippery enough to drop it. Avoid cuts in the material. Tape measure may seem flimsy and harmless, but the precise edge of the tape can be very sharp. Handle the tape, measure carefully. Avoid grabbing the sides roughly with your fingertips. Okay, at this point, I will demonstrate to you how to use tape measure and the proper procedure in checking the quality of a blouse. So watch carefully as we play this short video. Well as parts of an inch. The best tape measure used in measuring are made of long, narrow piece of strong material that does not stretch. The small piece of metal found at each end of many tape measures is helpful because it keeps the end from raveling and gives a true edge. The most convenient kind of tape measure is one that is numbered on both sides with the numbers going to opposite direction. No matter which end you pick up, you may start measuring from number 1. Good day! Today, we are going to measure the parts of the blouse. Let's start! Center back length. Measure from the collar or neck seam to the bottom of the garment down to the center back. Across shoulder. Measure from the point where seams should meet the top of armholes straight across the shoulder and back from left side to right side. Across back. Lay the garment flat and place the 0 point to the tape measure on the collar seam to the center back neck of the garment. Then, measure straight across from armhole seam to armhole seam, or taken beside the armpit to the other armpit at the back. Upper arm or arm girth. Lay the sleeves flat and move the body of the garment to illuminate all wrinkles under the arm where the sleeves join the body. It is also taken around the arm. Across chest, place the 0 point of the tape measure to the neck seam where it joins the shoulder seam with a tape measure straight across the armhole to armhole at 5 inches mark on the first tape measure, or taken from one's front beside the armpit to the other armpit. Bust or chest. Measure the straight bust or chest across from top of the left side seam where sleeve joins the armhole. Or bust is also taken around the fullest part of the bust and slightly higher at the back. Waist. Waist taken around the smallest part of torso. Lay the garment flat and measure from side at the narrowest point. Measure 20 cm from armhole joining. Sleeve. Lay the garment flat with the sleeve and shoulder of the garment. Measure from where shoulder seams meet the neck seam, along the shoulder and down the center of the sleeve, following the contour of shoulder and sleeve, all the way to the desired length. Collar. Taken around the base of the neck plus 1/2 inch. All right, did you learn something new in that video? Remember, a well-fitted garment gives you the impression of good grooming no matter how much it costs. Do you have any question? If not, let's have a recap. A tape measure is a device used in taking body measurements, measuring the parts of a blouse. Center back length. Measure from the collar or neck seam to the bottom of the garment down the center back. Across shoulder. From shoulder and passing the nape bone to the other shoulder end. Across back. From arm crease to arm crease at the back. Upper arm. Lay the sleeve flat and move the body of the garments to illuminate all wrinkles under the arm where the sleeve joins the body. Across chest. Taken from arm crease to arm crease at the front. Next is the bust or chest. Taken around the fullest part of the bust and slightly higher at the back. Then, the waist. Lay the garment flat and measure from side at the narrowest point. Measure 20 cm from armhole joining. The next is sleeve. Taken from shoulder point down to the length of the sleeve. Next is collar length. Measure from the stitches of the bottom along the center of the collar stand to the end of the buttonholes. All right. Clothing shows personality of an individual. The figure, color, style, and accessories are best shown in the choice of clothes. Remember, quality is important because it makes wearing clothes a more enjoyable experience. Clothes that are well made feel better, and simply knowing that one's clothes with high quality can make someone more confident. Okay, so now let's get a piece of paper and pen. Let's have a short quiz. Are you ready? Write the letter of the correct answer. Write the letter of the correct answer. I will read the question twice. Are you ready? Let's begin. Choose the letter of the correct answer. Write the letter of the correct answer in your quiz notebook. Number 1. This tool is used to measure finished garment. A. Ruler. B. Tape measure. C. L square. D. Hip curve. I'll repeat. This tool is used to measure finished garment. A. Ruler. B. Tape measure. C. L square. Or D. Hip curve. Number 2. Point where seam should meet the top of armhole. A. Across back. B. Across chest. C. Across shoulder. Or D. Sleeve. Point where seam should meet the top of armhole. A. Across back. B. Across chest. C. Across shoulder. Or D. Sleeve. Number 3. Arm crease to arm crease at the back. A. Center back. B. Tape measure. C. Across shoulder. And D. Across back. Arm crease to arm crease at the back. A. Center back. B. Tape measure. C. Across shoulder. Or D. Across back. 4. Arm crease to arm crease at the front. A. Across chest. B. Collar. C. Across shoulder. Or D. Sleeve. Arm crease to arm crease at the front. A. Across chest. B. Collar. C. Across shoulder. Or D. Sleeve. Number 5. Distance from the nape bone to the bottom of the front of the blouse. A. Sleeve. B. Center back length. C. Collar. D. Across chest. Distance from the nape bone to the bottom of blouse. A. Sleeve. B. Center back length. C. Collar. And D. Across chest. Okay, are you ready to check your answers? Here are the answers. Number 1. B. Tape measure. Number 2. C. Across shoulder. Number 3. D. Across back. Number 4. A. Across chest. Number 5. B. Center back length. Okay, count your scores. For those who got a perfect score, congratulations, you did a great job. And for those who got 3 and 4, very good. And for those who got 2 and below, you have your compendium of notes. Try to review our lesson and study harder. Okay, at this point, let's go to a question and answer. There are some students who asked a question. So here is the question from Lani Parazo, Concepcion, Tarlac. Ma'am, paano mo malalaman na quality ang pagkakatahi ng damit mo kung ito ay suot mo na? Okay, paano mo malalaman ang quality ng pagkakatahi ng damit mo kung ito ay suot mo na? Of course, you will find out that your clothes are with quality when the fitting is perfect. You feel at ease and comfortable while wearing it. You feel beautiful, and then confidence will follow. Okay, another question from Elizabeth Marquez of Paniki Tarlac. How to gain skills in dressmaking, or how to gain skills in assessing the blouse without measuring it? Okay, so they say practice makes perfect. So if you're an expert, you may assess the quality of a blouse or any clothing by looking at it. So you need quite more time to become an expert, so you better start now. Okay, may isa pa. Ma'am, paano po kung walang tape measure? Ano po ang pwedeng gamiting tool for taking body measurements? From Vanessa Santos of Bamban, Tarlac. Honestly, you cannot make a quality output without using appropriate tools. One of the basic skills in dressmaking is to know the uses and importance of these tools. So tape measure is a device used in taking body measurements. You cannot measure accurately without it. So if you do not have tape measure, find something like you have to be resourceful, and you can find some ways on how to have one. Okay. And last question. Ma'am, bakit po may mga damit na walang quality? From Teresa Molina of Tarlac City. Possible answer. May mga ilang mananahe na kulang sa kaalaman na kung ano ang talagang quality standard na tinatawag. So if you are a dressmaker, you should know the quality standards of this different clothing. Okay. At may pahabol pa. Same standard po ba ang sinusunod in men's and ladies apparel in checking the quality of a blouse or polo? From Jennifer Pascual of Tapas, Tarlac. Of course, yes, because they have the same body measurements in checking the quality. Nagkakaiba man sa style or design. All right, that's all for today. I hope you learned something new from me. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DZTZ 828 AM Station and RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I'm Hanites B. Alcantara, your anchor teacher this afternoon. I would like to end up by saying, in TLE, we aim for knowledge, skills, and progress. Goodbye, everyone. Have a nice day and mabuhay.
upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya. Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam. We are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Broadcasting live from Victoria, Tarlac, you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC Radio Pilipino Tarlac. I am Juliana Salvador Razon, your teacher broadcaster for MAPE Grade 8. Join me for 25 minutes of meaningful learning experience on air. Our lesson in Grade 8 Health for this quarter is about prevention of substance use and abuse, specifically about cigarette and alcohol. For this afternoon, we will analyze the negative health impact of drinking alcohol. We are going to describe the harmful short-term and long-term effects of drinking alcohol. We are also going to interpret blood alcohol concentration, or BAC, in terms of physiological changes in the body. Before we begin, I have some study tips to maximize remote learning. First, find a comfortable place that is far from noise so that you will hear me loud and clear. Next, get all the materials you will need while watching or listening to our broadcast. Get your learner's activity sheet for Health Day 2. Make sure you also have your pen and extra paper with you. Listen attentively and be interactive. You may use the comment box below if you have questions. You may also type your answers in the comment box during activity time. Before going to our lesson for today, I want to see if you remember the previous lesson. Kindly get your activity sheets and let us answer activity number 1. If you are watching live on RTV Channel 26, you can type in your answers on the comment box. Now, if you are tuned in to DZTC Radio Pilipino Tarlac, make sure you have your pen and paper ready. Are you ready? Let me read to you the directions for this activity. Choose the letter of the correct answer. Write the letter on the blank provided before each number. For question number 1, drugs which open doors for non-drug user to try and experiment on more dangerous drugs are called blank. A. Depressant drugs. B. Narcotic drugs. C. Gateway drugs. D. Stimulant drugs. What is your answer? The answer is letter C, gateway drugs. Very good. Item number 2. These are chemicals found in cigarette smoke which when inhaled make body cells produce abnormal and malignant cells which most often result to death. A. Elements. B. Carcinogens. C. Hydrogen. D. Toxins. What do you think is the correct answer? Very good. Letter B, carcinogens. Item number 3. There are around 4,000 deadly chemicals found in cigarette smoke. Which chemical is known as the addictive drug found in the cigarette and also used as pesticide? A. Nicotine. B. Benzene. C. Acetone. D. Tar. The correct answer is letter A, nicotine. Good job. Item number 4. Specifically, the smoke that comes out the filtered end of the cigarette and directly inhaled by smokers is called blank. A. Mainstream smoke. B. Second-hand smoke. C. Third-hand smoke. Or D. Fourth-hand smoke. The correct answer is letter A, mainstream smoke. Very good. Last item, number 5. The following diseases are some of the known dangers of cigarette smoking and tobacco use except A. Lung cancer. B. Emphysema. C. Pneumonia. Or D. Cirrhosis. The correct answer is letter D, cirrhosis. Very good. How well did did you perform in the first activity? Kindly type your scores in the comment box. If you got all 5 items correct, that is excellent. For those who got 3 to 4, very good. For those who got lower than 3, don't be sad. You may always go back and watch the previous episode for reference. We now move on to our lesson for today, the dangers of alcohol. Alcohol is a colorless, bitter-tasting substance that humans have been consuming since the ancient times. It comes from plants that underwent fermentation. Fermentation is the process of extracting alcohol from a plant or a fruit. An example of fermented alcohol is a beer. A beer is extracted from grains. On the other hand, wines are from grapes and other fruits. There are 3 types of alcohol: isopropyl, methanol, and ethanol. Isopropyl and methanol are used in laboratories and are poisonous and fatal if taken. On the other hand, ethanol is also called the beverage alcohol. This is what humans consume and intoxicates and alters the nervous system. Example of ethanol alcohol are beer, wine, and spirits like gin, rum, whiskey, and vodka. Ang isopropyl at ethanol ay ethyl ay ginagamit din na rubbing alcohol na madalas nating bitbit at ginagamit ngayong panahon ng pandemya. Dahil ang alcohol na may 70% alcohol content ay maaaring makapatay ng mga bakterya at viruses tulad ng coronavirus or mas kilala bilang COVID-19. Question: is alcohol a drug? Yes, it is a drug. Like other drugs, alcohol affects the way your body works. It can be toxic and addictive. Alcohol is actually a depressant. It means that when taken, it slows down the processes of a person's central nervous system. It also affects the way you think, feel, and behave. It is not true that alcohol gives extra strength and energy. In addition, alcohol has a very little nutritional value. They only provide empty calories. Malamang marami na sa inyo ang nakakita na ng alcoholic drink. Pero nagka-interest ba kayong tingnan ang alcohol content nito? Now, let us find out the alcohol content of the different alcoholic beverages. Beer contains 0.9 to 6% alcohol by volume. Wine contains 12 to 14% alcohol by volume. Spirits like scotch, rum, gin, whiskey, and vodka contains 40 to 50% alcohol by volume. Narito ang ilan sa mga kilalang alak at ang kanyang taglay na alcohol content. Ang San Mig Light ay may 5% alcohol content. Ang Emperador Brandy ay may 36% alcohol content. Samantala ang Red Horse ay may 6.9 to 8% alcohol content. You can check the bottle of an alcoholic drink for its alcohol content. Let us discuss the path of alcohol in the body. Alcohol enters the body first through the mouth. Some alcohol gets into the bloodstream through the stomach, but most goes on into the small intestines. Alcohol enters the bloodstream through the walls of the small intestines. The heart pumps alcohol throughout the body. Within 10 to 20 heartbeats, alcohol in the bloodstream reaches the brain. In the liver, alcohol is converted into water and carbon dioxide. Alcohol is filtered in the kidneys, leaving salts and acids, then exits the body through urination. Moving on with the blood alcohol concentration or BAC. When alcohol enters the bloodstream, it goes into all parts of the body. The main effect of alcohol drinking reflects on a person's central nervous system. The central nervous system controls one's mental processes, memory, speech, learning, and decision-making. It also affects a person's senses, feelings, movements, and breathing. The level of alcohol in your blood is called blood alcohol concentration, or BAC. The most often called blood alcohol level, or BAL. The amount of alcohol that entered in the bloodstream at a certain period can be measured in percentage through BAC. A BAC of 0.01% means there is a 0.01 gram of alcohol in 100 milliliter of your blood. Now we proceed to some of the BAC level and its physiological effects according to alcohol.org. 0.02% BAC. This is the lowest level of intoxication. You will feel relaxed, experience altered mood, feel a little warmer, and may make poor judgment. 0.05% BAC. At this level, your behavior will become exaggerated. You may speak louder and gesture more. You may also begin to lose control of small muscles. Your judgment is impaired and coordination is reduced. 0.08% BAC. At this level of BAC, you will lose more coordination. So your balance, speech, reaction time, and even hearing will get worse. Reasoning, judgment, self-control, concentration, and memory will be impaired. Short-term memory loss may start. 0.10% BAC. At this level of BAC, reaction time and control will be reduced. Speech will be slurred, thinking and reasoning are slower, and the ability to coordinate your arms and legs is poor. 0.20 to 0.29% BAC. Stupor, confusion, feeling dazed, and disorientation are common. Standing and walking may require help, as balance and muscle control will have deteriorated significantly. Nausea and vomiting are likely to occur. 0.30 to 0.39% BAC. At this point, you may be unconscious and your potential for death increases. Along with the loss of understanding, at this BAC, you'll also experience severe increase in your heart rate, irregular breathing, and may have loss of bladder control. 0.40% and over. This level may put you in a comatose or cause of sudden death because your heart or breathing will suddenly stop. There are 6 key points about BAC. 1. The weight of a person greatly affects the distribution of alcohol throughout the body. The smaller the person, the less room for alcohol to distribute itself. 2. Generally, men can handle more alcohol than women. This is because women are usually smaller, have more body fats, and have lower total body water content than men. Also, a woman's ability to metabolize alcohol can be affected by her menstrual cycle due to higher levels of estrogen. 3. Alcohol is a depressant. Any illegal prescription or over-the-counter drug is likely to react with alcohol and may increase intoxication or negative effects. 4. Diluting alcohol with water or juices reduces the volume of alcohol in your bloodstream. 5. A person's BAC can continue to rise even while he or she is passed out. Even after a person stops drinking, alcohol in the stomach and intestines continues to enter the bloodstream and circulate throughout the body. 6. Only time can lower your BAC. Coffee, cold showers, and runs around the block will just leave you alert, wet, and out of breath, but still drunk. I hope you are learning a lot in our lesson. For those who have just tuned in, you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. simulcast over DZTZ, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac. I am your teacher broadcaster for Health Grade 8, Juliana Salvador Razon. Moving on with the short-term and long-term effects of alcohol drinking. The short-term effects of alcohol depend on the following factors: how much you drink, your health, your age, your gender, mental and physical health, medical conditions, and use of other drugs and medication. Alcohol can affect you more quickly if you drink on an empty stomach, you have a lower tolerance to alcohol, you have a lower percentage of muscle on your body, you are a young person, and you don't usually drink alcohol. Alcohol causes a person both intoxication and hangover. Intoxication happens when physical and mental changes in the body of an alcohol drinker occur. According to medicalnews.com, signs of intoxications include slurred speech, clumsiness, drowsiness, vomiting, headache, loss of consciousness, and lapses in memory. On the other hand, hangover occurs when an alcohol drinker feels uncomfortable effects after drinking. You get a hangover because the ethanol in the drink causes increased urine production, leading to dehydration. Dehydration causes headaches, fatigue, and dry mouth. Other short-term effects of alcohol include nausea, loss of balance and coordination, impaired speech, hearing and vision, lightheaded, and very elated feeling. We now move on with some of the long-term effects of drinking alcohol. Misusing alcohol over a long period of time can cause or continue to a number of problems related to physical and mental relationships, work, finances, and other areas of life. In terms of health, here are some long-term effects of alcohol. 1. Tolerance. This happens when a person stops drinking alcohol, then suddenly feels its side effects. In order for the person not to feel these side effects, he or she will go back to alcohol drinking. 2. Dependence. This happens when a person literally depends his or her everyday life on alcohol. 3. Cirrhosis. Cirrhosis doesn't happen that fast. When alcohol is consistently consumed, the liver may find it hard to function normally. When it happens, fat will be stored in the liver, thus condition called fatty liver occurs. When liquids cannot pass through the bloodstream because of the blockage of the fatty liver, cirrhosis happens. 4. Brain damage. When alcohol is taken more than water or any other liquids, the body may not function properly. What will happen is that the blood that the heart will be pumping to the whole body, especially to the brain, is not healthy. If this continuously happens, it will lead to brain damage or even death. Heavy drinking can cause increase your blood pressure and blood cholesterol levels, both of which are major risk factor of heart attacks and strokes. Number 6. Long-term alcohol misuse can weaken your immune system, making you vulnerable to serious infections. 7. Long-term alcohol drinking can also weaken your bones, placing you at greater risk of fracturing or breaking them. Other long-term health risks associated with alcohol misuse, according to nhs.uk.com, include pancreatitis, liver disease, liver cancer, mouth cancer, breast cancer, depression, sexual problems, and infertility. Before I end our lesson, here are some facts about alcohol according to Medical News Today. 1. Pure alcohol is a colorless, odorless, and flammable liquid. Number 2. Fruits and grains are the food most commonly used to make alcohol. 3. The liver can only oxidize about 1 drink per hour. 4. Alcohol is known to be harmful to developing brains from before birth to adolescence. 5. No amount of alcohol consumption can be considered safe during pregnancy. 6. Combined with other medications, whether over-the-counter or prescribed alcohol effects can be deadly. When a person takes drug or medicines along with drinking alcohol, a multiplier effect takes place. Alcohol depresses the body system, and if another depressant is taken, such as tranquilizers, accidental death may occur. There you have it, class, the dangers of alcohol, the different BAC level, and its physiological effects, and the short-term and long-term effects of alcohol. At this point of time, kindly get your activity sheets and your pen. Let us answer activity number 2. For this activity, identify the following terms by unscrambling the jumbled letters. Are you ready? For item number 1, it is a colorless, bitter-tasting substance that humans have been consuming since the ancient times, which comes from plants that underwent fermentation. Number 2, this type of alcohol is also known as the beverage alcohol. This is what humans consume that intoxicates and alters the nervous system. Item number 3. This occurs when an alcohol drinker feels uncomfortable effects after drinking. Item number 4. It happens when a person stops drinking alcohol, then suddenly feels its side effects. In order for the person not to feel these side effects, he or she will go back to alcohol drinking. Last item, number 5. It is a condition in which healthy liver tissue is replaced with scar tissue, and the liver is permanently damaged due to heavy alcohol consumption. Now let us check your answers. This is just an easy activity. I'm sure you will get this all correctly. The answer for number 1 is alcohol. For number 2 is ethanol. For number 3 is hangover. Answer for number 4 is tolerance. For the last item, number 5 is cirrhosis. Kindly type your scores in the comment box. Congratulations to those who got a perfect score. For the final activity for this session, refer to activity number 3 in your activity sheets. Let me read the direction. Read and study its situation. Using the given cases, fill up the T-ball by writing the physical and mental effects of alcohol to the body. Situation A is already given as your reference. For this activity, you may use a separate sheet of paper and submit it to your MAPE teacher. The rubrics for scoring this activity is as follows. Developing, or 75 to 79%. If the student was able to give one mental or emotional effect of an alcohol for each case. Approaching proficiency, or 80 to 84%. If the student was able to give 2 mental and emotional effects of alcohol for each case. Proficient, or 85 to 89%. If the student was able to give 3 mental and emotional effects of alcohol for each case. Advanced, or 90 to 100%. If the student was able to give all mental and emotional effects of alcohol for each case. There you have it, class. Thank you for participating. I hope you have learned a lot to our lesson today. This has been Juliana Sabadorazon, your teacher broadcaster for Health Grade 8. God bless and keep safe.
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience.
Serving you with the different skills learned and have fun together.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May na-miss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on Air.
Sa pagnanais na mapigilan ng ating pamahalaan ang pagdami ng bilang ng mga kaso ng COVID-19, binuo ang One Hospital Command Center o OHCC upang mas mabilis na matugunan ang medikal na pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Bukas ang OHCC 24 oras araw-araw. Tumawag lamang sa mga hotline nito sa 0919-977-3333 o 0915-777-7777 o 02-886-50500. Maaari ring i-download ang Pure Force Citizens app sa Android o iOS upang mabilis na matugunan ang sinumang nangangailangan. Layon din ng OHCC na maiwasang mapuno ang kapasidad ng bawat ospital. Kaya't kung ikaw ay kinakailangang tumawag sa OHCC, mabibigyan ka ng libreng preliminary consultation. Para sa mga nangangailangan ng emergency quick response, makikipag-ugnayan ang OHCC sa DOH Bed Tracker at sa mga ospital upang makahanap agad ng pinakamalapit na bakanteng ospital. Ang transportasyon o ambulansya naman ng ospital na inirefer ng OHCC sa pasyente ang siyang susundo sa bahay nito. Kaya't kapag ikaw ay nakakaranas ng anumang sintomas ng COVID-19 o nangangailangan ng agarang tulong medikal, tumawag lamang sa OHCC at handa silang tumulong sa lahat ng oras.
Good afternoon, grade 9 learners. Welcome to the second episode of English 9 fourth quarter, MELC 1. You are now tuning into Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. We're also seen on Converge Cable TV Channel 100. I am Angelique Ibo Wadilla, your teacher broadcaster from Villa Aglipay National High School. I hope you are all healthy and safe as you continue having fun and exciting learning while you are in the comfort of your homes. And of course, to start our discussion right, I want you to prepare your learning activity sheet, your pen, and your activity notebook. Once you're ready, find the most comfortable area in your place where you can listen and participate well in our discussion. If you are now ready, be engaged in our today's lesson by typing your answers to our activities later on the comment section of our Facebook Live on RTV Channel 26. Last episode, teacher Luigi S. Carmen discussed with you the topic about judging the relevance and worth of ideas. From his discussion, what are the characteristics of a good information? That is right. The characteristics of a good information must be credible, accurate, and relevant. Very good for remembering that. Today, we'll now be moving to the lesson 2 of our MELC 1, and that is judging the author's reasoning, using of course the deductive method. Take note that at the end of our session, you are expected to first, determine the method of reasoning used from a material presented. Second, differentiate sound from unsound reasoning. And lastly, judge the soundness of author's reasoning. And here is our learning map for today. You'll be having 4 enrichment activities and a pause activity. So, what are you waiting for? Fasten your seatbelt and get ready to learn. Nowadays, we read a lot to be informed and be updated with what is happening around us. There are lots of issues that make us and our well-being. From the information we get from a certain issue, we also make judgment. Let us not forget that before we make our judgment, we must check the following. Number 1, evidences. Number 2, validity of information. Number 3, credibility of facts, and of course the author. And the last but not the least, the soundness of author's reasoning. Argumentative text or featured reading material today is widely read. It is actually a piece of writing that takes a stance on an issue, whose purpose is to convince a reader that a point of view is valid, or to persuade the reader to take a specific action. Examples of it are the editorial and column writing you usually read in your school publication, or on your favorite newspaper like the Manila Bulletin. An argumentative text has 3 major components. Let us take a look at the example here and let's identify them. Here is the example. Read with me. Before you light the end of that ugly little white stick, stop and think. Do you want to be one of those people who smells like an ashtray, has slithery wrinkly skin, and who can't even walk up the step without being out of breath? I don't think so. So, listen right now before you start. Smoking causes heart disease, lung cancer, and other atrocious diseases. It also can even shorten your life up to 20 years. If you don't care about health issues, think about your appearance. Smokers have yellow teeth, black lungs, and smell horribly. Why would you want to smoke? It's simple. You don't. Listen up now because there are ways to stop. Please put out the cigarette, take a breath of fresh air, and march in the direction of a smoke-free life. You don't want to smoke, believe me. Now, let's see. From the text, the claim is in the Last sentence. Claim simply refers to the thesis statement of the text. And then the next component is the reason. The reason are found in the second, fifth, and seventh sentence of the text. Reasons simply support the claim. And the last component is the evidence. The evidence from the text is shown in the fourth sentence. Evidence refers to facts, documentation, or testimony used to strengthen a claim, support the argument, and reach the conclusion. I hope you've got the point. Let us now try to awaken your mighty minds in our first activity entitled Figure It Out. In your learning activity sheet on page 1, let us test if you knew what kind of statements are the following. For the directions, identify whether the given statements are letter A, fact, B, opinion, C, reasoning or claim, or D, evidence. Choose the letter of the correct answer and write it directly on your learning activity sheet. Is that clear? If so, let us now begin with number 1. According to DOH, the Philippines has 576,352 COVID-19 cases as of February 28, 2021. What is your answer? If your answer is letter D, evidence, you've got it correct. Now let's move on to number 2. The Filipinos are worth dying for. A statement from Benigno S. Aquino Jr. What is your answer? Very good if your answer is letter C, claim. The next number is number 3. President Rodrigo Roa Duterte is the 16th President of the Philippines and the 6th President of the Fifth Republic. What is your answer? Very good if your answer is letter A, fact. Now, let's move on to number 4. The population of the Philippines is more than 111,046,113 as of 2020 according to www.macrotrends.net. What is your answer? Exactly! The answer is letter A again, fact. And the last number for this activity is number 5. I believe COVID-19 is the worst virus of all time. What is your answer? If your answer is letter B, opinion, very good, my grade 9 students. Did you get a perfect score? If you did, good job. If not, don't worry, we still have another set of exciting activities for you. Remember that a good argument is supported with well-organized reasons and evidences. The focus of our discussion today is the deductive reasoning and identifying the soundness of author's argument. And for you to understand our lesson, let's first define the terms. And the first one is deductive reasoning. Let us take a look at this example. One of our customers is unhappy with his experience. He does not like how long it takes for a return call. Therefore, if we provide a quicker response, he will be more satisfied. From the text, deductive reasoning takes up a general idea as seen on the first sentence of the text, and to specific ideas seen on the latter part of it. It is also referred to as the top-down thinking. Got it? If yes, wow, that's incredible. This time, let us practice what you learned. Go over your learning activity sheet. Look for activity number 2, letter A, on page 1. The directions: draw a happy face on the line before each number if the statement follows deductive method, and sad face if it's not. Ready? Let's start with number 1. It's dangerous to drive on an icy street. The streets are icy now, so it would be dangerous to drive on the street. What is your answer? If you drew a happy face, that is right, because it generalized that icy streets are now dangerous. Let's go with number 2. The left-handed people I know use left-handed scissors. Therefore, left-handed people use left-handed scissors. What is your answer? If you drew a side face, you've got it correct, because it is started from a specific experience rather than general. And the last number for this activity is number 3. All cats have keen sense of smell. Fluffy is a cat, so Fluffy has a keen smell. What is your answer? Alright, if you drew a happy face, very good again, because it generalized the argument using the cue word all. Did you get a good score? I hope so. Now, after defining the term deductive reasoning, let's now have the next term, which is soundness. Take a look at this example. Let's go with mathematics. All numbers ending in 0 or 5 are divisible by 5. The number 35 ends with 5, so it must be divisible by 5. From the example, sound argument starts with statements that are actually true. As you can see on the text, statements are all true. While for the unsound, some statements are false. Let's take a look at this example. Some organisms with wings can fly. Penguins have wings. Therefore, penguins can fly. Do you agree with that? Of course not. Penguins can fly. Therefore, it is unsound because it has a statement that is false. Got it? If yes, that is good. But let us again practice what you learned. Look for activity number 2, letter B, in your learning activity sheet on page 2. Identify whether the following statements are sound or not. Put a check mark on the space provided before each number if it's a yes, and mark it X or wrong if it's not. Ready? If yes, let's now have number 1. All noble gases are stable. Helium is a noble gas, so helium is stable. Is it sound or unsound? And the answer is check mark. It is sound. Now let's move on to number 2. My state requires all lawyers to pass the bar to practice. If I do not pass the bar, then I will not be able to represent someone legally. What is your answer? Is it sound or unsound? If your answer is check mark, very good. It is sound. And the last number for this activity is number 3. All women have blue eyes. Ella is a woman. Therefore, Ella has blue eyes. What is your answer? Is it sound or unsound? The answer is correct. X mark. It is unsound. Because although Ella is a woman, it doesn't guarantee that she has a blue eyes. Did you get a perfect 3 points? If yes, comment #wow on our comment section. This time, let us deepen your understanding. Look for activity number 3 entitled Make a Claim on your learning activity sheet on page 2. For the directions, underline the claim in each of the following passages. Then, circle the statement that shows the reason or evidence for the claim. After we read the passage once, I'll give you a few seconds to fix your answer before we check your work. Is that clear? If yes, let us now have the passage number 1. I want you to follow me as I read the text. People have been less physically active since pandemic. Experts found out that unsurprisingly, almost everyone's exercise habits changed when the pandemic started. Instead of walking and biking in the park, they choose to stay at home, for it saves lives and mitigates the spread of virus. You may read again the passage on your own as I give you some few seconds to finish your answer. All right. Are you done? If yes, let us now check your work. And the underlined claim in our passage number 1 is very good. People have been less physically active since pandemic. And the encircled reason is correct. Almost everyone's exercise habits changed when the pandemic started. Instead of walking and biking in the park, they choose to stay at home. Did you get it right? If yes, good job. And for those who did not, don't worry. We still have passage number 2. Now let's have passage number 2. Read with me. As of 2018, the Universal Healthcare Scheme protected an estimated 98% of the Philippines' population. This came very close to achieving the target of universal healthcare coverage. Insurance is more important than ever in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic and the recent calamities in the Philippines. I will now give you a few seconds to finish your answer. You may read again the passage on your own if you want. All right. And the underlined claim in the passage number 2 is very good again. Insurance is important. And the encircled reason is correct. The Universal Healthcare Scheme protected an estimated 98% of the Philippines' population. Did you get it right? If yes, bravo, my grade 9 learners! You're getting more amazing today. Take note that it is very important that you know to find the author's claim, reasons, and evidences to judge the soundness of author's reasoning. Now, let us not take it any longer your eagerness to learn and have our activity number 4 entitled Connect It. Check your learning activity sheet on page 2. Are you good with that? If that's so, let us now analyze an excerpt from Our Mobile Phones a Health Risk, written by C. Wilson and published in the year of 2017. For the directions, encircle the general idea from the excerpt, then underline the specific ideas, pointing out the positive and negative sides of the issue. We have mentioned a while back that deductive reasoning is taking up general idea to specific idea. Don't forget that. Are you now ready to read with me? If yes, let us now read the text. Mobile phone usage has increased 67% in the last 5 years, with 1 in every 5 adults owning a smartphone. Obviously, mobile phones are making our lives much more convenient with an instant connection to friends, family, and the internet. However, these mobile devices emit a radio frequency radiation which is claimed to be possibly harmful to health and can cause brain tumors. You may read again the text on your own as I give you some time to finish your answer. Alright, let's check your answers. The general idea in the paragraph is in the sentence number 1, while the specific ideas are presented in the second and third sentences, where the second sentence answers the issue that is not risky to health, and third sentence answers it as a yes, it is risky to health. Did you get the answers right? If yes, wow, you are all amazing! This time, will you recall our discussion a while back about the soundness of author's reasoning? Yeah, that's right. Aside from the concept of general to specific idea, statements must actually be true and they are equal or congruent to the conclusion of the text. And to strengthen your learning for today, continue accomplishing number 4, activity letter B, and activity number 5. For activity number 4, letter B, continue reading the article, Are Mobile Phones a Health Risk? And answer the questions that follow. Here are the questions. Number 1. What is the claim of the author? Number 2. What is the reason presented? And number 3, what is the author's reason? Is the author's reason sound or unsound? Why or why not? While for activity number 5, you'll read another piece of argumentative text entitled Community Pantries, which is written by Jiki Amante. Then, complete the table that comes after with the correct answers. You may use a separate sheet of paper for your output. You may also access the following references like your English textbook and the SLM in English 9 for additional information. Once you accomplish the activity, pass your work to your English teacher. But if you still find the lesson hard to understand, you may send us your queries as we help you learn from the comfort of your homes. And that's it. That's the end of our session for today. Congratulations, my grade 9 learners. You've learned a lot again today about judging the soundness of author's reasoning. It was indeed fun and exciting learning new lessons with you. Watch out for the next episode in English Time with teacher J.R. Messina for the next topic, which is judging the soundness of author's reasoning. But that time, using the inductive method. Keep tuning into Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC, 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Watch us also on Converge Cable TV, Channel 100. Once again, I am Angelique Ibo Wadilla, your English 9 teacher broadcaster for today, saying, true learning is found in the deepest corner of our hearts. Read wisely and learn intelligently. Thank you and God bless.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
pagbati at paghanga sa inyong patuloy na pag-aaral.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa DZTC
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Narito na ang paaralang walang sawang naglilingkod
mula dito sa Villa Agdipay,
mula dito sa bayan ng San Manuel,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula sa Santa Ignacio,
mula sa bayan ng Victoria,
mula sa lungsod ng Tarlac.
Teacher Jury Andres Madriaga, ang inyong teacher broadcaster para sa ika-4 na baitang ng PE.
This is my story. Ano ang kwento ng buhay mo? Malungkot? Masaya? May kababalaghan? O puno ng aksyon? Ang bawat kwento ng kapwa nating Pilipino ay mahalaga. This is my story. Sama-sama nating ibahagi ito upang magbigay aral at inspirasyon sa ating lahat. This is my story.
This is my story.
Hosted by Mitch Desunia tuwing Sabado alas 3 hanggang alas 4 ng hapon. Mapapakinggan dito sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
This is my story.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26, Converge Cable TV Channel 100 at ng DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac. Isang malusog at ligtas na hapon, mga katarlakhenyo. Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Kumusta kayo mga ginigiliw kong grade 9 Eco Learners? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi na kayo ay makapagpatuloy sa pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan, Grade 9, Ma'am Pops P. Macalino. Broadcasting live from home dito sa Bayan ng Concepcion. Sasamahan at gagabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin patungkol sa sektor ng paglilingkod. Ngunit bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, ay narito muna ang ilan sa mga paalala. Una ay siguraduhin ninyong kayo ay nasa isang komportableng lugar na maayos na napapanood via RTV Tarlac Channel 26, via Converge Cable TV Channel 100, at dito sa ating Facebook Live at YouTube channel. At tayo din ay sabayang napakikinggan sa DZPC 828 AM. Ikalawa naman ay mainam na kayo ay busog habang nanonood at nakikinig dito sa Aral TarlakHenyo upang mas maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa hapon na ito. At ikatlo ay nais kong kunin na ninyo ang inyong learner's material sa Araling Panlipunan para sa ika-6 na linggo ng ika-4 na markahan. At buksan ito sa page 410. At sa mga may module naman, ihanda na ninyo ang inyong module 6 sa Araling Panlipunan, Economics. Ihanda na rin ang inyong learning activity sheet, ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ninyo ang mga mahalagang konsepto na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin ay patungkol sa mga gampanin ng sektor ng paglilingkod at mga patakarang pang-ekonomiyang nakatutulong dito. Inaasahan na sa pagtatapos ng aralin na ito ay mabibigyang halaga ang mga gampanin ng sektor ng paglilingkod at mga patakarang pang-ekonomiyang nakatutulong dito. Ito ay nakaangkla sa ating Most Essential Learning Competency Quarter 4, Week number 6. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging paksa noong nakaraang episode. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Ating tinalakay ang sektor ng industriya at ang mga patakaran at programang nakatutulong dito. Ang sektor ng industriya ay ang kalagayan ng isang ekonomiya na nagpapakita ng kapasidad at kakayahan ng isang bansa na makalikha ng maraming produkto mula sa mga hilaw na materyales na tutugon sa mga pangangailangan ng lokal at pandaigdigang pamilihan. Ito ay nahahati sa 4 na subsektor. At ito ay ang mga sumusunod. Una ang pagmimina, pagmanupaktura, konstruksyon, at utilities. At ngayon ay sa palagay ko ay handa ka na sa ating bagong paksa para sa hapon na ito. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ika-9 na baitang na nanonood at nakikinig sa ating live remote broadcast, kung kayo po ay may katanungan na nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa, ngayong araw ay maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. I-type nyo lamang ang facebook.com/pops.macalino. O maaari nyo din akong i-text sa aking number na 0948-744-8830. Maaari nyo rin i-post ito sa ating FB Live, sa ating comment section ang inyong mga katanungan. At ngayon, game ka na ba para sa ating paksa? Para sa ating activity muna, ay magbibigay ako ng mga larawan at nais kong identify ninyo kung anong mga uri ng trabaho ito. Handa na ba kayo? Okay, para sa ating unang larawan, ano kaya ito? Ano kaya ang trabaho nito? Kung ang inyong sagot ay doktor, tama ka. Sa susunod na ating larawan, sigurado alam na alam nyo ito. Ang ating sagot ay guro o teacher. Kayo ay magaling. Sa ikatlong larawan naman natin, okay, tingnan nyo mabuti yan. Ano kaya ang trabaho ng mga ito? Kung ang inyong sinulat or tinype ay call center agent, tama kayo ulit. At para sa ika-4 na larawan, tingnan nyo mabuti. Kung ang inyong sagot ay bank teller, mahusay kayo. At para sa ating huling larawan, tingnan niyo. Siguro nakita niyo yan everyday. Kung ang inyong sagot ay driver or jeepney driver, kayo ay correct. Ang lahat ng tao ay may mga pangailangang dapat matugunan. Kabilang dito ang pagkain, damit, tirahan at edukasyon. Ang mga ito ay di kayang ipagkaloob ng iisang sektor lamang. Kailangan din natin ng mga serbisyo gaya ng transportasyon, komunikasyon at edukasyon. Ang mga pagkain tulad ng gulay, prutas, karne at isda ay nagmumula sa sektor ng agrikultura. Ang mga pangailangan naman natin tulad ng damit, sapatos, mga kagamitan sa bahay ay nagmumula naman sa sektor ng industriya. At ngayong hapon, anong sektor naman na ekonomiya ang mga nagkakaloob sa ating mga pangailangan tulad ng transportasyon, komunikasyon at edukasyon? Sa ganitong aspekto, pumapasok ang bahaging ginagampanan ng sektor ng paglilingkod. Sa inyong screen, ang sektor ng paglilingkod ay ang gumagabay sa buong yugto ng produksyon, distribusyon, kalakalan at pagkonsumo ng mga produkto sa loob at labas ng bansa. Ito ay maaaring pampamayanan, panlipunan o personal. Sa pangkalahatan, ang paglilingkod ay ang pagbibigay ng serbisyo sa halip na bumuo ng produkto. Ngunit paano nga ba nabuo ang sektor ng paglilingkod? Sa mga nakalipas na kasaysayan ng tao sa mundo, ipinapakita nito ang malaking pagbabago sa paraan ng pamumuhay ng mga lipunan. Dahil sa pagbabagong ito, lumawak ang mga pangailangan at kagustuhan ng tao para sa paglilingkod. Ang pagkakaroon ng espesyalisasyon sa paggawa ng iba't ibang larangan ang nagturo ng landas para sa efficient na pamamaraan sa pagbibigay ng paglilingkod sa mga tao. Maraming gawain ng mga tao na hindi nila matugunan sa sarili lamang kaya't malaking tulong ang paghahatid ng paglilingkod mula sa iba. Ano naman ang espesyalisasyon? Nabanggit natin yun kanina. Ito ay ang pagkakaroon ng sapat na kaalaman, kasanayan at kagamitan upang gawin ang isang kalakal o paglilingkod. Nagiging mas mura at kapaki-pakinabang ang paggawa ng ibang tao sa isang kalakal o serbisyo sa halip na gawin ng nangangailangan. Ang sektor ng paglilingkod ay binubuo din ng mga subsektor. Ito ay ang mga sumusunod. Una muna dito ay ang number 1, transportasyon, komunikasyon at imbakan. Binubuo ito ng mga paglilingkod na nagmumula sa pagbibigay ng publikong sakayan, mga paglilingkod ng telepono at mga pinapaupahang bodega. Number 2 is kalakalan. Ang mga gawain namang may kaugnayan sa pagpapalitan ng iba't ibang produkto at paglilingkod. Number 3, para sa pananalapi. Kasama dito yung kaninang nakita natin, no? Yung mga bank tellers, no? Kabilang sa paglilingkod na binibigay ng iba't ibang institusyong pampinansyal tulad ng mga bangko, mga bahay sanglaan, remittance agency, foreign exchange dealers, at iba pa. Number 4 is paupahang bahay or real estate. Ang mga paupahan tulad ng apartment, mga developer ng mga subdivision, mga townhouses, at condominium. Next is paglilingkod na pampribado. Lahat ng mga paglilingkod na nagmumula naman sa pribadong sektor ay kabilang dito. At Panghuli ay ang paglilingkod na pampubliko. Ito naman ang lahat ng paglilingkod na ipinagkakaloob ng pamahalaan. So ako dahil nga ako ay isang public school teacher, kasama ako doon sa subsector na paglilingkod na pampubliko. Ang mga Pilipino na kabilang sa sektor na ito ay hindi pa huhuli sa mga nasabing larangan. Taglay ng isang manggagawang Pilipino ang isang mahusay na tagapaglingkod. Ang pagiging masipag, madiskarte, malikhain, matyaga, mamamaraan at talagang hinahangaan sa angmang panig ng mundo. Ang mga katangiang ito ang nagbunsod sa mga dayuhan na kilalanin at kunin ang serbisyo ng mga Pilipino. Sa katunayan, ayon sa datos ng Philippine Statistics Office, noong 2019, bago ang pandemya, tinatayang nasa 2.2 milyong overseas Filipino workers ang nagtrabaho sa ibang bansa bago at may kabuuang remittance as of September 2019 bago ang pandemya na umabot ng 211.9 billion pesos. At sa panahon ngayon ng COVID-19 pandemic, ayon sa DOLE, mahigit na 400,000 na manggagawang Pilipino ang naapektuhan at napauwi sa Pilipinas as of January 2021. Samantala dito sa Pilipinas, isa sa kilalang nakatutulong sa ekonomiya ngayon ay ang mga business process outsourcing na nagbumito noong simula noong 2005. Pero as early as 1992, meron ng mga BPOs dito sa Pilipinas. Tulad ng mga call center companies na nagkakaloob ng maraming trabaho sa mga Pilipino. Isa pa ay ang pagdami din ng mga couriers, lalo na sa panahon ngayon na halos lahat ay binibili na online. Tulad ng mga kilala natin na Food Panda, Grab, JT Express, Lalamove, meron pa tayong Angkas, TokTok at iba pa. Samantala, narito naman ang mga ahensya na tumutulong sa sektor ng paglilingkod. Una muna dito ay ang DOLE o Department of Labor and Employment na nagsusulong ng malaking pagkakataon para sa pagtatrabaho, paghubog ng mga kakayahan ng mga manggagawa at nangangalaga sa kapakanan ng mga manggagawa at nagpapanatili sa kaayusan at kapayapaan sa industriya ng paggawa sa bansa. Ikalawa naman ay ang OWA o Overseas Workers Welfare Administration na ahensya ng pamahalaan na tumitingin sa kapakanan ng mga OFWs. And then next is Philippine Overseas Employment Administration or ang POEA na itinatag sa bansa sa bisa ng Executive Order 797 noong 1982 na may layuning isulong at paunlarin ang mga programa ukol sa paghahanap buhay sa ibayong dagat at kapakanan ng mga OFW. And then next is Technical Education and Skills Development Authority or ang TESDA. Itinatag naman ito sa bisa ng Republic Act 7796 noong 1994. Isinusulong ng batas na ito ang nahikayatin ang buong partisipasyon ng industriya, paggawa, mga lokal na pamahalaan at mga institusyong teknikal at bokasyonal upang sanayin at paunlarin ang kasanayan ng mga manggagawa sa bansa. Susunod ay ang Professional Regulation Commission or ang PRC. Ito naman ay nangangasiwa at sumusubaybay sa gawain ng mga manggagawang profesional upang matiyak ang kahusayan sa paghahatid ng mga serbisyong profesional sa bansa. At ang huli ay ang Commission on Higher Education or ang CHED na nangangasiwa sa gawain ng mga pamantasan at kolehiyo ng bansa upang maitaas ang kalidad ng edukasyon sa mataas na antas. At ngayon ay ating kilalanin ang mga batas na nangangalaga sa karapatan ng mga manggagawa. Ito ay pangunahin sa mga ito ang nakasaad sa ating 1987 Philippine Constitution, Article 13, Social Justice and Human Rights, na makita natin to sa Section 3. Ito yung nilalaman ng ating Section 3. Dapat magkaloob ang Estado ng lubos na proteksyon sa paggawa sa lokal at ibayong dagat, organisado at di-organisado, at dapat ay taguyod ang puspusang employment at pantay na pagkakataon sa trabaho o empleyo para sa lahat. Dapat itong garantiyahin din ang mga karapatan ng lahat ng mga manggagawa sa pagtatag ng sariling organisasyon. Sama-samang pagkikipagkasundo at negosasyon, mapayapa at magkakaugnay na pagkilos kasama ang karapatang magwelga ng naaayon sa batas. Dapat ay may karapatan din silang sa katatagan ng trabaho, sa makatao at sa mga kalagayan sa trabaho at mga sahod sa sapat na ikabubuhay. Dapat din silang lumahok sa mga proseso ng pagbabalangkas ng patakaran at desisyon na may kinalaman sa kanilang mga karapatan at benepisyo ayon sa maaaring itinadhana ng batas. Samantala, noong 2014 ay naglabas ang Bureau of Working Conditions o ng DOLE ng handbook ukol sa benepisyo ng mga manggagawa ayon sa batas. Narito ang ilan sa mga mahalagang probisyon ng nasabing handbook. Hindi ko nababanggitin ang lahat, pumili na lamang ako. So una dito ay ang RA 6727 o ang Wage Rationalization Act. Ito ay nagsasaad ng mga mandato para sa pagsasaayos ng pinakamababang pasahod o minimum wage na nakaangkop sa iba't ibang pang-industriyang sektor. And then next is dagdag na bayad tuwing piyesta opisyal o yung holiday pay na tinatawag natin. Ito ay tumutukoy sa bayad ng isang manggagawa na katumbas ng isang araw na sahod kahit na hindi pumasok sa araw ng piyesta opisyal. Sa mga pampribadong sektor, nagkakaroon sila ng double pay kapag halimbawa pumasok sila during the holiday. Next is dagdag na bayad para sa trabaho sa lampas sa 8 oras. Ito yung overtime pay based sa Article 87 o karagdagang bayad sa pagtatrabaho sa lampas na 8 oras sa isang araw. At next ay dagdag na bayad naman para sa pagtatrabaho sa gabi o yung night shift differential. Ito yung karagdagang bayad naman sa pagtatrabaho sa gabi na hindi bababa sa 10% ng kanyang regular na sahod sa bawat oras na ipinagtrabaho sa pagitan ng ika-10 ng gabi at ika-6 ng umaga. So from 10 to 6 a.m., 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Next ay ang maternity leave. Actually, meron tayong bago ngayon, yung 105-day expanded maternity leave based from Republic Act 11210. Na kung saan ang bawat nagdadalang taong manggagawa na nagtatrabaho, whether sa pribado man o pampublikong sektor, asal man o hindi, ay makatatanggap ng maternity leave na 100 days with full pay. So lahat ng mga kababaihan, so kahit na halimbawa nakalimang anak siya, so lahat ng yon, kung lahat ng 5 na yon, makakatanggap siya ng 105 days na maternity leave with full pay. Ngayon, meron pa siyang extension na another 30 days, kaya lang without pay na ito. Okay? At syempre, kung meron tayong maternity leave, meron din tayong paternity leave. Ito naman ay mula sa isinaad ng batas na RA 8187, kung saan ito ay maaari namang magamit ng empleyadong lalaki sa kanyang unang 4 na anak sa kanyang legal na asawa. Okay? So, ito ay 7 days with full pay. So, ibig sabihin, yung lamang first 4 na legitimate children ang pwede ito na i-consider sa paternity leave. Okay? Next ay ang pagkakaroon naman ng 13th month pay. Ito naman ay based sa Presidential Decree 851. Lahat ng empleyo ay kinakailangang magbayad sa lahat ng kanilang rank and file employees ng 13th month pay, anumang estado ng kanilang pagkakaempleyo at anuman ang paraan ng kanilang pagpapasahod. At last ay bayad sa paghiwalay sa trabaho, yung tinatawag nating separation pay, from Article 297 to 298, kung saan nakasaad dito na kahit sino mang manggagawa ay may karapatan sa separation pay kung siya ay nahiwalay sa trabaho sa mga dahilan na nakasaad doon sa mga articles na yon ng Labor Code of the Philippines. Ang mga karapatan ng manggagawa sa separation pay ay nakabase sa dahilan ng kanyang pagkakahiwalay sa paglilingkod. And the next is bayad sa pagre-retiro, yung retirement pay. Ang sinumang manggagawa ay maaring magretiro sa sandaling umabot siya sa edad na 60 hanggang 65 at makapaglilingkod ng hindi kukulangin sa 5 taon para ito sa mga kumpanya, 5 years. At ang benepisyo naman sa PhilHealth, sa bisa ng RA 7875 as amended by RA 9241, kung saan ang National Health Insurance Program ay dating kilala bilang Medicare, ay isang health insurance program para sa mga kasapi ng SSS at sa kanilang dependents, kung saan ang walang sakit ay tumutulong sa pananalapi sa mga may sakit na maaring mangailangan ng pinansyal na tulong kapag sila ay na-hospital. And the next is benepisyo naman sa pag-ibig. Ang Home Development Mutual Fund na kilala din bilang pag-ibig,
no, natalakay natin sa ating mga nakaraang aralin, ano? Pagtutulungan sa kinabukasan, ikaw, bangko, industriya at gobyerno. Ito ay isang mutual na sistema ng pag-iimpok at pagtitipid para sa mga naka-empleyo sa pribado man o pamahalaan at iba pang grupo na kumikita na suportado sa pamamagitan ng parehas ay pinag-uutos ng mga kontribusyon ng kanilang mga may paggawa na ang pangunahing investment ay mga pabahay. At ngayon, maliban sa mga batas din na nabanggit natin, ayon sa International Labor Organization o yung ILO, narito naman ang mga pinakamahalagang karapatan ng manggagawa. Ito yung mga sumusunod. Okay, so number 1, ang mga manggagawa ay may karapatang sumali sa mga unyon na malaya mula sa paghimasok ng pamahalaan at tagapangasiwa. Ikalawa naman, ang mga manggagawa naman ay may karapatang magipagkasundo bilang bahagi ng grupo sa halip na mag-isa. Para sa ikatlo, bawal ang lahat ng mga anyo ng sapilitang trabaho, lalo na ang mga pang-aliping trabaho at trabahong pangkulungan. Dagdag pa dito, bawal din ang trabaho bunga ng pamimilit o duress. Ikaapat, bawal ang mabibigat na anyo ng trabahong pangkabataan. Sa mga tuwid, mayroong minimum na edad at mga kalagayang pangtrabaho para sa mga kabataan. Kaya nga, sa ngayon, kapag hindi ka pa 18 years old, hindi ka pa pwedeng tanggapin bilang empleyado sa anumang kumpanya. Ikalima, bawal ang lahat ng mga anyo ng diskriminasyon sa trabaho at dapat pantay na sweldo para sa parehong trabaho sa babae man o lalaki, so kailangan walang discrimination. Ika-6, ang mga kalagayan ng pagtatrabaho ay dapat walang panganib at ligtas para sa mga manggagawa. Pati ang kapaligiran at oras ng pagtatrabaho ay dapat walang panganib din at ito ay dapat ligtas. At para sa ika-8, ang sweldo ng mga manggagawa ay dapat sapat at karapat-dapat para sa makataong pamumuhay. So ito yung mga tinatawag natin na pinakamahalagang karapatan na mula sa or ayon sa International Labor Organization. Okay, para sa inyong gawain para sa linggo na ito. Dahil natalakay natin last episode yung sektor ng industriya at ngayon nga yung sektor ng paglilingkod, gumawa kayo ng isang presentasyon na nagpapakita ng iba't ibang patakarang pang-ekonomiya na nakatutulong sa sektor ng industriya at paglilingkod. Maaari kayong pumili kung ang inyong pipiliin na industriya ba or paglilingkod. Pagkatapos ay gumawa ka rin kayo ng maikling sanaysay kaugnay doon sa inyong nagawa. At pumili lamang mula sa mga nailista dito, yung 4 para sa inyong gagawing output at gawin ito sa bond paper. So una yung maaari kayong gumamit ng collage, pwede rin kayong gumamit ng poster, o kaya naman pwede rin kayong gumawa ng slogan, o kaya naman ay sanaysay. Makikita ang rubric ng pagwawasto sa inyong learning activity sheet. Maaari niyong kunan ng larawan gamit ang inyong cellphone, ang inyong sinagutang gawain. At isumite ito sa Facebook Messenger ng inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan. At sa mga walang access naman sa internet, maaaring ipasa ang inyong sinagutang activity sa inyong barangay hall sa itatakdang pagsauli at pagkuha ng module. Isang paalala lamang, ang inyong mga magulang o guardian lamang ang maaaring magtungo sa inyong mga barangay hall or sa inyong mga eskwelahan sa pagpasa ng inyong mga sinagutang gawain. At sila din ay inaasahang sumunod sa ating mga safety protocols. Sa susunod na episode ay ating tatalakayin ang informal na sektor at mga dahilan at epekto nito sa ekonomiya kasama si Teacher Regel Ann. At sa ngalan po ng Araling Panlipunan ng SDO Tarlac Province, kami po ay nakikiramay sa buong pamilya ng ating dating Pangulo na si former President Benigno Simeon Coangcoquino III. inaasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan ngayong hapon. Muli ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Ma'am Pops Macalino, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Manatili tayong malusog, malakas, at ligtas, mga katarlakhenyo. Hanggang sa muli.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac. Good morning, Mas Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Alam niyo ba na ang salitang yoyo at ang makabagong bersyon nito ay naimbento ng isang Pilipinong nagngangalang Pedro Flores? Taong 1920s nang dinala ni Flores ang laruang ito sa Estados Unidos. Sinimulan niya ang paggawa nito sa kanyang maliit na pabrika sa California at ipinakita sa mga tao ang iba't ibang tricks ng paggamit nito. Alam mo na, yan ang yoyo!
Good afternoon, learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over 828 AM DCTC Radio Tarlac, broadcasting live here at Camiling Tarlac. I am Gia P. Vizquera from Bilad High School, your teacher broadcaster, serving you with the different skills to learn in technology and livelihood education 9 cookery. I would like to invite you to join us in an exciting learning experience at home. At this point, I want you to prepare your self-learning module in Cookery 9, as well as your pen and notebook so that you may take down some notes as we go on with our lesson. Do you have it now? Great! Make sure that you are in a comfortable place, far from noise, so that you can hear me loud and clear while listening to this program. Before we proceed, let us have a review on our previous lesson. Do you still remember our topic last meeting? For those who are watching on FB Live, you can participate by typing your answers on the chat box. And for those who are listening and watching on televisions, you can write your answers on a piece of paper. Last time, we discussed food packaging. Again, can you define what is food packaging? Exactly. Food packaging is the way of making sure that the product reaches the end user in good condition at the least cost to the producer. Another is by Paine in 1962. It is the art, science, and technology of preparing goods for transport and sale. How about the three major functions of packaging? Can you name them? Very good. It is to contain, to protect, and to help sell. How about the different classification of packaging according to its use? What are they? Excellent. They are as primary package, a secondary package, and as tertiary package. As a primary package, it is meant to directly contain the product. Hence, it gets indirect contact with the goods. Thus, this package is expected to meet all the requirements for safety and protection of the consumers, like Tetra Paks or canned food packages. Secondary package. This is utilized to contain a specified number of unit packs. Thus, it may contain a dozen of Tetra Paks or 2 dozen of tin cans. Its major function is to allow for the unit packs to be carried in bulk. And lastly, as a tertiary package. When transporting in bulk, the secondary package may have to be packed again for greater protection and for bulk transfer. Use of tertiary package is normally for bulk transport or storage or store in large warehouse. Perfect! You are now ready to learn with our new topic. Are you ready for our next topic? Let's go! Our lesson for today is about select packaging materials. At the end of this lesson, you are expected to identify different types of packaging materials, value the importance of each type of packaging materials, and distinguish the differences among the variety of packaging materials. Let's start, my dear students. Before moving on, let us check what you know about packaging materials. For those who are watching on FB Live, you can participate by typing your answers on the chat box. And for those who are listening and watching on television, you can write your answers on a piece of paper. Let's start, my dear students. Given the picture clues, supply the blanks with the correct missing letter to arrive at exact packaging material, related terms, or words. You are only given 10 seconds to come up with your answer. Again, you are only given 10 seconds to come up with your answer. Number 1 picture. What word is it? Time's up. If your answer is lips, that's correct. Number 2. What do you think? Time's up. Very good. The answer is earthenware. Number 4. What would be the answer? Time's up. The answer is disposable containers. Next. What word is it? Time's up. If your answer is glass, very good. Number 5. What would be the answer? Time's up. The answer is papers. Very good, learners. Thank you for your active participation. Those words can be encountered with our topic for today. Please open your self-learning module in Cookery 9. So let's start our discussion. Before we proceed, look at the picture being presented. Are they familiar to you? Did you experience purchasing food that is packed as shown in the pictures? Our lesson will be dealing on selecting packaging materials. Let us identify the different packaging materials one by one. Are you ready? Great! First, we have leaves. Banana leaves are often used for wrapping certain types of food. Corn husk is used to wrap corn paste or unrefined black sugar, and cooked foods of all types are wrapped in leaves. They do not, however, protect the food against moisture, oxygen, odor, or microorganisms, and therefore not suitable for long-term storage. Vegetable fibers. This includes bamboo, banana, coconut, cotton fibers. These natural materials are converted into yarn, string, or cord, which will form the packaging material. These materials are very flexible, have some resistance to tearing, and are lightweight for handling and transportation. Being of vegetable origin, all of these materials are biodegradable and to some extent reusable. Next is wood. Wooden shipping containers have traditionally been used for a wide range for solid and liquid foods, including fruits, vegetables, tea, and beers. Wood offers good protection, good stocking characteristics, and strength. The use of wood continues for some wines and spirits because the transfer of flavor compounds from the wooden barrels improves the quality of the product. Papers. Papers are inexpensive packaging material. It is, however, highly absorptive, fairly easily torn, and offers no barrier to water or gases. Another is newsprints. Newsprints should be used only as an outer wrapper and not be allowed to come into direct contact with food, as the ink used is toxic. Earthenware. Earthenware pots are used worldwide for storing liquids and solid foods, such as curd, yogurt, beer, dried foods, and honey. Curds, wooden lids, leaves, wax, plastic sheets, or combination of these are used to seal the pots. Another packaging material is glass. Glass has many properties which make it popular choice as a packaging material. Glass is able to withstand heat treatments, does not react with food, protects the food from crushing and bruising, resistant to moisture, gases, odor, and microorganisms, reusable, resealable, and recyclable. There are also disadvantages of using glass as packaging materials. Glass is heavier than many other packaging materials, and this may lead to higher transport costs. It is easy to fracture, scratch, and break if heated too cold too quickly. Potentially serious hazards may arise from glass cracks or fragments in the food. Disposable containers. Disposable containers are extremely useful as they can be made in either soft or hard forms, as sheets or containers, and with different thickness, light resistance, and flexibility. Generally, flexible films have the following properties. Cost is relatively low, good barrier properties against moisture and gases, heat sealable to prevent leakage of content, have wet and dry strength, easy to handle and convenient for the manufacturer, retailer, and consumer, little weight to the product, and fit closely to the shape of the product, thereby wasting little space during storage and distribution. The last packaging material is metal. Metal cans have a number of advantages over other types of containers. They provide total protection of the contents. They are tamper-proof. They are convenient for presentation. There are also disadvantages of metal food packaging materials. They are heavier than other materials except glass and therefore have higher cost. The heat treatment associated with the use of metal cans is not suitable for small-scale production. Those are the different packaging materials. Let us put in our minds that product packaging serves to protect the product inside. Packaging must keep the product safe during shipment between the manufacturing facility and the retailer and must prevent damage while product sits on the shelf. Therefore, product packaging must be sturdy and reliable. Always remember, packaging plays an important role in food production. So correct packaging material for different food must be properly selected. To find out what you have learned in our lesson, try to answer the following questions. Choose the letter of the correct answer. Question number 1. Which is the process of putting your product into container to maintain its original appearance until it reaches the consumer? Is it A, labeling, B, packaging, C, storing, or D, wrapping? Which is the process of putting your product into container to maintain its original appearance until it reaches the consumer? A, labeling, B, packaging, C, storing, or D, wrapping? Question number 2. Which is made from wood pulp and used for flexible packaging of goods? Is it A, cellophane, B, glass, C, metal, or D, paper? Which is made from wood pulp and used for flexible packaging of goods? Is it A, cellophane, B, glass, C, metal, D, paper? Question number 3. Food packaging material that protects the food from crushing, bruising, and does not react with food. Is it A, metal, B, glass, C, leaves, or D, disposable containers? Food packaging material that protects the food from crushing, bruising, and does not react with food. Is it A, metal, B, glass, C, leaves, or D, disposable container? Number 4. Often used for wrapping certain types of food, but does not protect the food against moisture, oxygen, odor, or microorganisms, and therefore not suitable for long-term storage. Is it A, disposable container, B, glass, C, leaves, or D, earthenware? Often used for wrapping certain types of food, but does not protect the food against moisture, oxygen, odor, and microorganisms, and therefore not suitable for long-term storage. Is it A, disposable container, B, glass, C, leaves, or D, earthenware? Question number 5. These natural materials are converted into yarn, string, or cord, which will form the packaging material. Is it A, glass, B, paper, C, vegetable fibers, or D, wood? These natural materials are converted into yarn, string, or cord, which will form the packaging material. Is it A, glass, B. Paper. C. Vegetable fibers. Or D. Wood. All right, students, let us check your answers. Number 1, what is the process of putting your product into container to maintain its original appearance until it reaches the consumer? The answer is letter B, packaging. Question number 2. Which is made from wood pulp and used for flexible packaging of goods? If your answer is letter D, papers, correct. Number 3. Food packaging material that protects the food from crushing, bruising, and does not react with food. If your answer is letter B, glass, very good. Number 4, often used for wrapping certain types of food but does not protect the food against moisture, oxygen, odor, or microorganisms and therefore not suitable for long-term storage. The answer is letter C, leaves. Last question. These natural materials are converted into yarn, string, or cord which will form the packaging material. If your answer is letter C, vegetable fibers, you got it right. Do you get everything right? Great. Okay, count the number of the correct items. For those who got perfect score, congratulations. For those who got 4 or 3, job well done. And for those who got 2 and below, still okay for trying. Please get your module and review your answers. Before we end our lesson, let me try to answer some questions from our listeners and viewers. Question number 1 is from Chloe of Tagumbao High School. And her question is, in your opinion, what is the best packaging material? Well, for me, everything that we have discussed can be best packaging material depending on what will be the product to be packed and how to use them properly. Make sure that in selecting packaging materials, it should be suitable to the food that we are packing. Another question is from Marawi High School. What is the importance of having correct packaging materials for the producers? Well, having a correct, or should we say appropriate and effective packaging material will help the food producer to encourage potential buyers to purchase the products. And last question is from Angel of Berbera High School. And her question is, I am planning to bake cupcakes and sell it in our community. What packaging material can I use to pack my cupcakes? Well, Angel, that's a great idea. So you are planning to start a business in your community. I think the packaging material that you can use for your cupcakes can be papers. But make sure that the paper that you will going to use are thick enough to hold and protect your cupcakes. Design your packaging creatively to encourage more potential buyers. Good luck on your business, Angel. That was a great learning experience with you. I hope you learn a lot today and apply this learning in your daily lives. This is Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DCTC 8 to 8 AM station, sponsored by our ever-supportive Congressman Charlie Cojuangco of 1st Congressional District. Let us always remember the skills, knowledge, and progress in PLE. Thank you and keep safe, everyone. This is your PLE broadcaster, Teacher Gia, signing off.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
serving you with the different skills learn and have fun together.
Alam niyo ba na ang whale shark ay hindi isang whale? Ang whale shark o butanding ay kinikilalang world's largest fish at tinatawag gentle giants. May sukat itong 12 meters. Maliliit ang ngipin ng butanding, kaya naman planktons o maliliit na hipon at isda lang ang kaya nilang kainin. Simula noong 2011, marami nang nahumaling mag-whale shark watching sa Oslo, Cebu. Alam niyo na, yan ang whale shark!
Magandang daw ka na kayo, Ami. Good afternoon, especially to all grade 9 learners of the Tarlac province. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Norman Ramos Tolentino, your teacher broadcaster for Health Grade 9. Join me as we learn together in this 25 minutes of meaningful discussion. I would like to welcome also all the listeners, especially to all the students coming from both private and public schools, our dear supportive parents and valuable stakeholders that this radio and TV broadcast may reach. Time check, ladies and gentlemen. It's exactly 4:30 in the afternoon, and you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac via remote live broadcast from Moncada, Tarlac. Before we start, I just want to make some important reminders before listening to our broadcast. Make sure that you are in a quiet, relaxed, and comfortable place when listening. Make sure that you have a copy of your module, compendium of notes, last, or learning activity sheet to better understand our lesson for today. An important reminder to all our listeners, especially to our dear students and parents. Please feel free and comfortable enough to ask questions during and after this broadcast. You can post your questions, clarifications, and queries via FB live stream of Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Post a message on your class GC or through SMS. You can message me directly, your teacher broadcaster, on my number 0968-585-1216. I'll try my best to answer all your questions, queries, and clarification before our broadcast ends. Once again, you can reach me through my number 0968-585-1216. I'm looking forward to receive questions and clarifications from you about our discussion for today. Before we formally start our lesson for today, let's have a short recap about the previous topic. Are you ready? Let's begin. What is injury? An injury is damage to your body. It is a general term that refers to harm caused by accidents, falls, hits, weapons, and more. These injuries range from minor to life-threatening. Injuries can happen at work or play, indoors or outdoors, driving a car or walking across the street. What are the two classifications of injuries? The two classifications of injuries are unintentional and intentional. What are unintentional injuries? This refers to injuries that are unplanned and typically preventable when proper safety precautions are followed. The injury occurs in a short period of time and the harmful outcome was not sought. Give some examples of unintentional injuries. Yes, drowning. Another, motor accident. Good. Some more? Heat stroke. Okay. And heart attack. That's good. What is intentional injury? The term intentional is used to refer to injuries resulting from purposeful human action, whether directed at oneself or others. Intentional injuries include self-inflicted and interpersonal acts of violence intended to cause harm. Very good. Based on the definition given, can you give examples of intentional injury? Yes, we have suicide. Good. Another, domestic violence. Yes. We have also bullying. Another is stalking. Some more, kidnapping and abduction. Good. And sexual abuse. Once again, those are some examples of intentional injury. Congratulations! You have a very good memory, and I'm happy that you still remember what Ma'am Abby discussed. Welcome to your another safety adventure. This will be another and new exciting trip where you will learn new things to widen your horizon. Good luck again and have a safe journey. The basic necessities of mankind include food, clothing, and shelter. However, it is not enough that we have these basic needs if we are living in fear and uncertainty of danger every day. Today, one rising necessity that we need to focus on is safety. We are always exposed to dangers, whether we are young or old, rich or poor. It is therefore necessary that we are aware of what these possible dangers are, how all of this can affect us, and how we can prepare ourselves to prevent them from happening or minimize the effects if they happen to us. This module focuses on intentional injuries that you may be exposed to. Through proper information, this module aims to equip you with the knowledge and understanding of the types of intentional injuries that might happen to you, as well as risk to your health. In the end, we hope that you will be able to prevent intentional injuries, as well as maintain a healthful behavior that will promote a culture of non-violence. Intentional injuries are injuries resulting from violence. It can be divided into two. The first one is self-inflicted, when a person harms himself or herself on purpose. And the second one is assault, when person or persons harm another on purpose. Now, let us talk about suicide and para-suicide. What is suicide? Suicide is the intentional taking of one's own life. Many of those who attempt suicide do not receive mental and emotional counseling because their families try to hide the problem because they are ashamed of it. Because of this, the problem is not solved and the attempt to commit suicide happens again. Studies also indicate that other family members are also at risk of committing suicide. On the other hand, a suicide attempt in which a person does not intend to die is called para-suicide. It is often a cry for help, meaning the person wants others to know what she or he is feeling. Despite this, parasuicide should be taken seriously because it may lead also to death. How will you recognize a person who has a suicidal tendencies? You can see what a person is feeling on the inside. So, isn't always easy to identify when someone is having suicidal thoughts. However, some outward warning signs that a person may be contemplating suicide include: number one, talking about feeling hopeless, trapped, or alone. Number two, saying they have no reason to go on living. Number three, making a will or giving away personal possessions. Number four, searching for a means of doing personal harm, such as buying a gun. Number five, sleeping too much or too little. Number six, eating too little or eating too much, resulting in significant weight gain or loss. Number seven, engaging in reckless behaviors, including excessive alcohol or drug consumption. Number eight, avoiding social interactions with others. Number nine, expressing rage or intention to seek revenge. Number 10, showing signs of extreme anxiousness or agitation. Number 11, having dramatic mood swings. Number 12, talking about suicide as a way out. It can feel scary, but taking action and getting someone the help they need may help prevent a suicide attempt or death. If you suspect that a family member or friend may be considering suicide, talk to them about your concerns. You can begin the conversation by asking questions in a non-judgmental and non-confrontational way. Talk openly and don't be afraid to ask direct questions, such as, are you thinking about suicide? During the conversation, make sure you stay calm and speak in a reassuring tone. Number 2, acknowledge that their feelings are legitimate. Number 3, offer support and encouragement. Number 4, tell them that help is available and they can feel better with treatment. Make sure not to minimize their problems or attempts at shaming them into changing their mind. Listening and showing your support is the best way to help them. You can also encourage them to seek help from a professional. A Philippine study conducted for the development of a suicide prevention strategy showed that commonly used methods by those who decided to end their lives include hanging, strangulation, and suffocation. For those who tried to kill themselves but ended up with just injuries, the preferred means range from self-poisoning, mainly ingestion of silver cleaner, to exposure to other chemicals and poisonous substances. Aside from these methods, there were also cases of drug overdose, using firearms to kill oneself, jumping from heights, and drowning. And among the youth, self-cutting has been observed in some of those that suffer from major depression. Now let's move on and let's talk about domestic violence. What is domestic violence? Domestic violence is an act that includes physical assault, sexual abuse, and verbal abuse. These are behaviors that are used by one person in a relationship who tries to control the other. This may occur to partners who may be married or not married. They may be heterosexual or homosexual couples and may be living together, separated, or dating. Domestic violence includes abuse and actions such as, number one, name calling or put downs, calling your names, or telling you that you're stupid, publicly embarrassing you, blaming you for everything. Number two, isolation, limiting your freedom of movement, stopping from you contacting other people, such as your friends or family. It may also include stopping you from doing the things you normally do. Number three, rejection, constantly rejecting your thoughts and ideas and opinions. Number four, causing fear, making you feel afraid, intimidated, or threatened. Number five, financial abuse, controlling or withholding your money, preventing you from working or studying, stealing from you. Financial abuse is another form of domestic violence. Lastly, number six, bullying and intimidation, purposely and repeatedly saying or doing things that are intended to hurt you. Domestic violence can happen in any relationship, regardless of ethnic group, income level, religion, education, or sexual orientation. Abuse may occur between a married people or between an unmarried people living together or in dating relationship. It happens in heterosexual, gay, and lesbian relationship. However, researchers have found that some people are likely to become the victims of violence. A likely victim has a poor self-image, puts up with abusive behavior, is economically and emotionally dependent on the abuser, is uncertain of his or her own needs, has low self-esteem, has unrealistic belief that he or she can change the abuser, feels powerless to stop violence, and lastly, believes that jealousy is proof of love. While abuse can happen to anyone, women are by far the most frequent victims, and men are the most frequent abusers. There are some children who experience domestic violence in their homes. Their parents may think that their children do not know about the violence, but most of the time, the children are aware of it. They can feel helpless, scared, and upset. Some of them blame themselves as they feel like the violence is their fault. Nevertheless, children in a violent home experience different problems as they grow up. And these problems do not go away on their own. They can be there even as the child gets older. And now, let's have a quiz about our lesson for today. This is only a 5-item quiz. You can write your answer on your mapping notebook or simply post your answers via FB live stream of Aral TarlakHenyo on RTV channel 26. Here is the direction. Write the letter of the best answer. Number 1, which is a risk factor for suicide attempt? A, effective clinical care for mental, physical, and substance use disorder. B, good problem solving. C, history of trauma and abuse. D, strong connections to family and community support. Number 2, which is not a verbal abuse? A, words that are hurting and usually attack the nature and abilities of the person. B, words that are manipulative and controlling. C, words that are used to explain to a child his or her mistake. D. Words that can cause a gradual diminishing of self-confidence. Number 3. Why does domestic violence happen? The abuse is in a stressful relationship. The abuser is trying to control the victim. C. The couple do not have much money and this causes stress in the relationship. D. All of the above. Number 4. Why do some victims of sexual abuse remain quiet and do not report the incident? A. The victim is threatened by the abuser. B. The victim ignores or tolerates the abuse. C. The victim feels hopelessness. D. All of the above. Number 5. Which of the following is not an intentional injury? A. Fraternity hazing. B. Suicide attempt. C. Suicide bombing. D. Vehicular accident. Now, let's check your answers. Here are the key to correction. Number 1, C. Number 2, C. 3, D. 4, D. 5, D. Next. Okay. I hope you got the items correctly. For those who are not, there will always be a next time. What is important is that you have tried hard and you have been honest. For your activity in today's discussion, kindly refer to your learner's activity sheet. This will be your assignment for today's broadcast. The title of the activity is What I Can Do. On a short band paper, make a slogan or poster with a message regarding your passion and promise of maintaining a culture of non-violence. These are the criteria. Creativity, 5. Neatness of work, 5. Message, 5. With a total of 15 points. You can submit this online to your teachers or submit on Friday on the schedule of your retrieval and distribution of modules in your own schools or modular learners. Once again, don't forget to watch us live on Facebook from 8 a.m. to 5:30 in the afternoon from Monday to Friday for more radio-based lessons based on the most essential learning competencies. Please also take time to like and share our Facebook page, RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Once again, this has been your teacher broadcaster, feeling thankful, humbled, and privileged to have served you all. I am Norman Tolentino from Sapang National High School, now signing off. Agyamana, and God bless us all.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5. Ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam. We are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot. This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
This is my story.
Ano ang kwento ng buhay mo? Malungkot? Masaya? May kababalaghan? O puno ng aksyon? Ang bawat kwento ng kapwa nating Pilipino ay mahalaga.
This is my story.
Sama-sama nating ibahagi ito upang magbigay aral at inspirasyon sa ating lahat. This is my story.
This is my story.
Hosted by Mitch Desunia tuwing Sabado alas 3 hanggang alas 4 ng hapon. Mapapakinggan dito sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
This is my story.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air
And online.
kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air, mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia, sa gabay at tanong. Sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air
And online.
kasama si Professor Willie Perez tuwing Sabado alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Alam niyo ba na ang salitang yoyo at ang makabagong bersyon nito ay naimbento ng isang Pilipinong nagngangalang Pedro Flores? Taong 1920s nang dinala ni Flores ang laruang ito sa Estados Unidos. Sinimulan niya ang paggawa nito sa kanyang maliit na pabrika sa California at ipinakita sa mga tao ang iba't ibang tricks ng paggamit nito. Alam mo na, yan ang yo-yo!
Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong patuloy na pag-aaral.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
At sa DZTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Narito na ang paaralang walang sawang naglilingkod
Mula dito sa Villa Aldipay,
mula dito sa bayan ng San Manuel,
Mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula sa Santa Ignacio,
mula sa bayan ng Victoria,
Mula sa lungsod ng Tarlac.
Teacher Jury Andres Madriaga, ang inyong teacher broadcaster para sa ika-4 na baitang ng PE.
To Aral TarlakHenyo on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTZ Radio Filipino via remote live broadcasting. And live from Moncada Tarlac, I am your host, Roger P. Ramos, Public Schools District Supervisor of Moncada North District, for a special edition of DEPED Hour featuring our partnership with the Philippine Air Force, Tactical Operation Group 3, Tactical Operation Wing, Northern Luzon. Good afternoon to our televiewers and listeners. A special mention to our fellow teachers, fellow school heads, and fellow supervisors, and also with the SDO officials headed by our most esteemed Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Ronaldo A. Pozon, and of course to our parents and to our students. And for this afternoon, we'll be having a special episode of Aral TarlakHenyo to talk about some of the programs of the Philippine Air Force. And this afternoon, for the very first time, ladies and gentlemen, ay makasama po natin si Captain Jekan Bautista, Civil Military Operations Assistant NCOIC of Tactical Operations Group 3, Tactical Operations Wing Northern Luzon, para pag-usapan ang tungkol sa recruitment ng Philippine Air Force. And I know marami sa ating mga magulang, sa ating mga student, ang excited sa topic na to, because many of our senior high school students are planning to join the Philippine Air Force. So let's start with our first question. But by the way, sir, good afternoon po, Sir Jake.
Good afternoon din, sir.
So would you like to greet your fellow soldiers po sa Philippine Air Force?
Opo. Bali sa ngalan po ng aming Commanding General ng Philippine Air Force, Lieutenant General Allen T. Paredes, Philippine Air Force, ang aming Wing Commander Town Hall, Brigadier General Aristotel D. Gonzales, Philippine Air Force, at ang aming Group Commander ng Tactical Operations Group 3, Lieutenant Colonel Roderick P. Reyes, Philippine Air Force, General Staff Corps. Ako po si Katanggang Jake na makakasama nyo dito sa aming programa na Campus Peace and Development Forum po.
Okay. At para po sa kaalaman ng lahat, si Sir Jake po o si Captain Jekan Bautista, ang host po sa UPA o ibig sabihin ay usapang pangkapayapaan, usapang pangkaunlaran ng Philippine Air Force na nakabase po sa Camp Aquino, San Miguel, Tarlac City. Sir, pag-uusapan po natin paano nga ba makakapasok ang isang interested na high school student or college graduate sa Philippine Air Force. Ano yung mga qualification na dapat nilang taglayin para sila ay maging sundalo at maging part ng Philippine Air Force Officer Candidate Course?
Opo. Bali po sa general qualifications po, male or female natural born citizen of the Republic of the Philippines. Tapos single po, never been married, and has no legal obligation to support a child or children. With height of at least 152.4 centimeters, 5 feet po yan for both male and female. Doon naman po sa mga kapatid natin, mga indigenous people po, mga aplikante, yung pong hindi na meet yung mga height requirement, pwede po silang mag-secure ng certification issued ng National Commission of Indigenous People po, o yung tinatawag natin NCIP. Tapos yun po, must be physically and mentally fit for military training, and syempre po, with good moral character po.
Okay, sir. So, must be natural-born citizen or natural-born Filipino. And at the same time, never been married, ano, sir. And then, sir, ano yung, I believe kasi, iba yung may iba pang qualification ang gustong pumasok sa Philippine Air Force Officer Candidate Course at iba rin ang qualification pa ng mga gustong maging part ng candidate soldiers o yung tinatawag nating CS. Can you explain further about this, sir, para ang ating mga estudyante, ang ating mga magulang na gustong pag-aral ng kanilang anak dito sa Candidate Soldier Course at saka sa Philippine Air Force Officer Candidate Course ay magabayan po natin?
Bali po sa Philippine Air Force Officer Course, must be a baccalaureate degree holder and at least 20 years old, but not more than 25 years old upon admission for training. Tapos, para naman po sa CA, must have completed the K-12 Basic Education Program or has earned at least 72 units. Kahit mga 2 years po sa college, pwede na po yun. Pag nakaipon na po siya ng 72 units po. Tapos, at least 18 years old po, but not more than 26 years old upon admission for training. No waiver shall be granted for purposes of regular enlistment in the AFP.
Okay po. So yung mga senior high school student po natin, pwede po silang mag-enroll sa candidate soldier po. Ano po, sir?
Yes, sir. Yung mga graduate po natin ng K-12, pwede na po natin silang pag-applyan.
Okay, sir. And then, bago kang makapasok sa Philippine Air Force Officer Candidate Course, dapat ikaw po ay tapos ng 4 years course. Tama po ba, sir?
Tama po.
Okay. Kasi sila ay magiging opisyal. Tama po ba? Inuhubog na po sila yung sa Philippine Air Force Officer Candidate Course na maging officer po pagdating ng araw. Okay,
yes, sir.
Po, at least naliwanagan po tayo sa bagay na ito. Sir, ano naman po yung mga initial requirement po natin? Kasi kanya nabanggit nyo ang initial qualification. This time naman, let us talk about the initial requirements for Philippine Air Force Officer Candidate Course at for Candidate Soldier.
Yes, sir. You shall be required to submit the following: transcript of records, yung TOR po, diploma para sa mga graduate. Tapos yung PSA issued birth certificate po. Latest 2x2 picture with white background po. 3x5 full body picture with white background. Tapos yung attire po natin is white polo shirt for PAPO. At saka sa t-shirt naman, white t-shirt naman po for CS at saka maong pants po and rubber shoes.
So madali lang pala, sir, yung initial requirements po nila. Sir, paano po nila ito maisasubmit? Do they have to submit all these requirements to your office, or do they have to upload this to a link or to have the online registration or online enrollment?
Yes, sir. Bali, ang ipapasok po, yung electronic copies of these following documents shall be uploaded during the online registration. And the hard copy shall be presented before you take the test at the examination venues po.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. So later, sir, ibibigay po natin sa kanila yung link, kung saan nila pwedeng i-upload yung kanilang mga documents or kung saan sila makaka-access sa tinatawag nating Philippine Air Force Online Registration System. Okay po. So ito po bang online registration system po ninyo ay 24/7, sir? Na kung saan ang ating mga applicant could upload their documents anytime?
Yes, sir. 24/7 naman siya. Kaya lang, sa ngayon po kasi, disabled pa yung system. Gawa ng wala pa po tayong application ngayon. Cancel pa po.
Okay, sir. Sir, nabanggit nyo kayo na disabled pa po yung system natin doon sa PAF online registration system. So, ngayon nag-a-accept na po ba ng walk-in applicants po?
Hindi sir, hindi pa po kami nag-accept ng walk-in applicants gawa ng sa COVID po protocol, yung sa public health protocol po natin ng COVID.
So purely, sir, all applications shall be submitted to the online recruitment portal.
Yes sir, apo.
Okay po,
Bali,
kasi nga,
yung
sir,
pan po, bali, pwede po tayo mag-register at saka maka-access sa PAF online registration system sa https colon dalawang slash tapos recruitment.airforce.mil.ph. Doon po tayo makaka-access sir.
okay po. Sir, kasi ang aming graduation is fast approaching. As per DEPED order, sir, DEPED memorandum, I should say, ang graduation namin will start ng July 12 to 16. So, kailan po kaya possible na mag-open ang inyong tinatawag na Philippine Air Force Online Recruitment Portal at saka yung tinatawag ninyong Philippine Air Force Online Registration System?
Sa ngayon po, wala pa po tayong balita sa application ngayon. Bali, ongoing pa po yung processing ng mga naunang nag-exam. Bali, yung mga naunang naka-exam po, ngayon nag-PPFT na po sila. Ongoing pa po sila.
Okay, sir. So given, sir, given the fact na nakapag-submit na po sila online, meron po ba silang ma-receive na notification kung kailan yung examination date at kung saan?
Yes, sir.
That?
Yes, sir, meron po. Bali, ite-text po sila nung yung sa nagpapa-exam, yung sa examination center po namin, may mga magte-text po sa kanila na sila po ay nakapasa.
Okay po. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir. Meron kayong mga testing centers o lahat ay mapupunta ng PMA at doon sila mag-e-exam?
Bali, may mga testing center po tayo dito sa Clark Air Base. Minsan po dito sa Tactical Operations Group 3, kaya lang nahinto po kasi gawa ng sa COVID nga po. Tapos meron din po tayo, yung mga malalapit lang po yung sasabihin ko, yung katulad yung Basa Air Base po sa Pampanga. Tapos doon po sa Manila naman po, sa Villamor Air Base po, Pasay City.
Okay, so wala po tayo sa Tarlac so far. For the meantime, wala po.
Wala po.
So but we're hoping na, sir, na sana
gawa po ng COVID po eh. Dati po nagpapa-exam po kami dito sa TOG 3 mismo, sa Tactical Operations Group 3. Kaya lang gawa nga po ng COVID ay nahinto po.
Okay, sir. I hope our applicants will understand that situation, sir. Sir,
yes,
for example, nag-exam siya last year or previous year, nag-exam yung gustong mag-apply. Pwede pa ba siyang nag-exam siya pero hindi siya pumasa? So pwede pa ba siyang makapag-exam ulit?
Opo, pwede pa po. You can take the examinations again as long as you still satisfy the prescribed qualifications.
So do I have to submit, sir, a new document? For example, yung tinatawag natin kanina na transcript of record, diploma, PSA. So every time that they will apply and they want to they signify to take the examination, they have to satisfy first itong mga tinatawag nating mga initial requirements, sir.
Yes, sir. Tama, sir. Apo.
Okay, so at least maliwanag po sa lahat na ng mga gusto pang sumubok na makapag-exam sa Philippine Air Force Officer Candidate Course at saka sa Candidate Soldiers. Kasi di ba, sir, yung iba try and try lang, ano, sir? Kasi try and try lang until such time na they can make it during the examination at finally makapag-join na po sila sa tinatawag po natin na Philippine Air Force Officer Candidate Course at Candidate Soldier, because marami sa ating mga estudyante, even sa ating mga college degree holders, ang gustong pumasok sa Philippine Air Force. Okay. And then, sir, for example naman, sir, during the application, hindi pa siya kasal, hindi pa siya nagkaroon ng anak, but after filing the examination, And then after getting the result in the examination, bigla siyang nagkaroon ng anak o bigla siyang kinasal. So, ano ang kanyang magiging situation? Will he continue the program or he will be dropped from the program?
He will be dropped from the program, sir. Hindi po siya pwedeng makapasok, sir. Kapag ganun po.
Okay po. Okay po.
Dapat po nakapasok muna siya sa Air Force
Okay.
po. Okay.
Ay dapat na i-graduate niya muna sir bago siya
Okay.
magkaroon ng
Okay.
anak or bago siya ikasal. What about yung mga ladies po natin, yung mga female candidates po natin na after taking the test they found out that they're pregnant. Kasi for example, di nila alam na sila ay mabubuntis. Something like that. So still they will be dropped from the program.
Yes, sir. Opo. Madadrop po sila sa program, sir. Kapag ganun.
So very strict talaga no sir ang guidelines natin na they must be single,
Yes,
never
sir.
been married, and
Opo.
has no obligation or child obligation or children obligation. Okay. At least maliwanag po sa ating mga nakikinig na gustong pumasok sa Philippine Air Force. Sir, gaano naman katagal ang training ng isang candidate soldier at gaano katagal naman ang training ng candidate for Philippine Air Force Officer Candidate Course?
Para sa CS po, yung sa candidate soldier po, 4 months lang po. At dun sa bahay ko naman po, sa officer course naman po, 15 months.
So hindi sila pwedeng umuwi during this period, during the training?
Apo, dun lang po talaga sila sa training.
Usually saan po yung training, sir?
Sa Air Education Training and Doctrine Command sa Fernando Air Base po, sa Lipa, Batangas po.
Okay, sir. Both, sir, both for the candidate soldier and
Yes, sir.
Philippine Air Force Officer Candidate Course.
Opo. Magkaiba lang po ng building, sir, pero doon pa rin po sa Fernando Air Base po.
Parehas po ba ang training or they have different training program?
Magkaiba po yung sa officer at magkaiba rin naman po sa candidate soldier, sir.
Sir, isa pa sa mga tanong na gusto kong ma-clarify natin sa ating mga nakikinig, sa ating mga nanunood, especially yung mga may plan na pumasok sa Philippine Air Force. Sir, what is the difference between candidate soldier and special enlistment?
Yung sa candidate soldier program po, it's for the regular recruitment of the applicants to become enlisted personnel, while special enlistment is the recruitment of individuals who possesses exceptional skills. Katulad po, kunwari, volleyball player po, varsity dun sa college po. Pwede po yun, sir, sa special enlistment, sir.
So, for example, inclined sa sport, inclined sa music.
Sa music po, kunwari, miyembro po siya ng banda. Kasi meron po kaming tinatawag na Air Force Band. Pwede po siya doon.
I think na witness ko na ang performance ng Air Force Band. Kasi di ba nagpupunta kayo sa mga invitations during municipal fiesta, ganun dati, sir?
Yes, sir. Opo.
At saka nakita ko iba-ibang instrument ang piniplay ng mga soldiers doon. Okay, napakaganda po ng mga exhibition po nila. And then, itong candidate soldier, ito pa yung basic training po sa mga gustong magsundalo. Tama po.
Yes, sir.
And then, itong tinatawag natin na special enlistment naman is to recruitment ng mga candidates or individual na may mga talent. What about kung driving skills, computer skills, pwede po ba nating isama dito sa exceptional skill set?
Sa driving skill, sir, hindi po siguro. Pero sa CS na lang po siya mag-apply.
Sa CS. Ito po bang mga sir in special enlistment, do they go with the training program o hindi na po?
Magte-training pa rin po sila.
Ng 4 months, sir?
Opo, 4 months din po. Bali, Yun nga lang po, special nga lang po yung enlistment nila. Mag-training pa rin po sila.
Okay, so they will still complete the training program, which usually lasts for 4 months.
Opo.
Okay po, sir. At least na-clarify po natin yon sa ating mga televiewers and listeners. Sir, ano naman ang benefits? For example, ako, teacher ako, and I want to I want to join the Philippine Air Force. What benefits will I get joining the Philippine Air Force?
Bali po, ang mga benefits po na matatanggap natin ay yung po mga opportunity to serve and defend the freedom of our country. Yun po. Ayun po. Opportunities for career advancement po. Opportunities for education and training, both local and abroad. Meron din po kasi tayong tinatawag na schooling abroad po pag nakapasok na kayo sa Air Force. Tapos yun po, leadership and skills training, insurance and healthcare benefits. Yun po, billeting and housing privileges, job security, competitive pay and allowances, and yung pong opportunity to become a pilot po para sa officers natin.
Yung opportunity to become a pilot, dito ako medyo interested. Ito po ba, sir, yung mga nagpapalipad ng jet?
Bali sila pa yung mga yung nagpapalipad ng mga yung mga eroplano ng Philippine Air Force. Helicopters ng mga Philippine Air Force po. Yan po.
Okay. Even the fighting jet?
Apa.
Okay. Napakaganda ng opportunity na to para sa ating mga nagbabalak na pumasok ng Philippine Air Force.
Apa.
And then, itong billeting and housing privileges, sir, meron kayong housing program?
Apa. Bali kapag po siya, kapag kunwari may nakapag-asawa ka na, pwede po tayong mag-apply para sa housing po na
Okay po. So, ang dami palang mga privileges and benefits. No wonder bakit ang daming gustong mag-join ng Philippine Air Force. Even though nakatapos na sila at meron na silang mga permanent jobs. Di ba, sir, may mga IT specialist na nag-join ng Philippine Air Force, yung
Yes,
iba
sir.
mga nurses, yung iba mga engineers. Tama po ba ako, sir?
Yes, sir. Apa.
Maybe because
Bali,
they want to enjoy these benefits.
Yung mga nursing graduates, so, pwede po sila sa hospital. Yung mga nurse corps po.
Sa Villamor, sa Biluna.
Sa
po ba sila?
Villamor Air Base po, meron din pong hospital ang Air Force po. Sa Villamor Air Base po, meron po.
Sila po ba, sir, yung mga tinatawag na military nurses?
Opo. Sila po.
Okay, so ang ganda ng kanilang mga opportunities. And then, sir, gusto ko lang malaman sana is, dun sa height kasi nabanggit mo kanina na at least 5 feet. Tapos ako, I'm not a member of indigenous people. Tapos ako, I fall short sa height. For example, 4'9" lang ako. Pwede ba akong mag-pursue?
Bali may screening naman, sir eh. Tapos pag hindi po talaga papasa, sasabihan naman po ng maaga yung aplikante.
Para hindi na po siya mapasubo, ano, sir? Okay.
Yes,
And
sir.
then itong ating mga kapatid na mga indigenous people, yung mga ITs po nating mga kapatid na gustong mag-join ng Philippine Air Force. So sila, kahit na 4 feet lang po sila, exempted na sila. Okay. So, siguro this is one way to encourage din yung ating mga kapatid na mga IPs, ano, sir, na
Yes, sir.
pumasok sa kasundaluhan, lalo na sa inyong unit na which is Philippine Air Force. Sir, ang dami ko pang gustong tanungin sa'yo about about this recruitment. But I believe we still have next week to talk about this, yung mga tanong na hindi natin nasagot ngayon, yung mga tanong na dapat nating bigyan ng clarification will be discussed next week po. And I'm so glad because you responded to our invitation, kasi nga marami na po sa ating mga senior high school student ang nag-signify na gusto silang pumasok at maging members ng Philippine Philippine Army, Philippine Navy, Philippine Air Force. At least itong ating program this afternoon will guide them on the basic qualifications and basic requirements that they have to prepare in order for them to join the Philippine Air Force. Pero di ba sir, bago sila makapag-join ng Philippine Air Force, they have to finish first yung tinatawag na candidate soldiers. Ano po sir?
Yes, sir. Opo. Kailangan nilang... Opo.
Okay, sir. Any message, sir, sa ating mga aspirants na maging members of the Philippine Air Force at yung ating mga aspirants na gustong maging sundalo through the candidate soldier and through the Philippine Air Force officer candidate course?
Yan nga po. Sa lahat po ng mga aspirants natin dyan, join the path na po. Dito po sa Air Force, yun na nga po. Maganda ang benepisyo, yun po, makakapagsilbi ka pa sa bayan. Yan.
Yes, it's all about serving our country. It's all about nationalism. Ano po, sir? You know, Captain Bautista, ang dami ko pang gustong tanungin. However, because of time constraint, I can't ask them anymore because we have our program is only up to 5:25. But nevertheless, I'm very happy because I've learned a lot from you, and I'm so grateful for your generosity to share the qualification and requirements and the process of applying for Philippine Air Force officer candidate course and for candidate soldiers. At para po sa ating mga estudyante at mga magulang na gusto pang magkaroon ng kaalaman tungkol sa programa ng Philippine Air Force Tactical Operation Group 3, Tactical Operations Wing ng Northern Luzon, don't you worry because next week po, next Thursday ay makakasama po ulit po natin si Captain Bautista for the next episode ng Aral TarlakHenyo in partnership naman po natin sa Philippine Air Force bilang ating stakeholders. Muli sir, Captain Bautista, saludo ako sa iyo ngayong hapon. Thank you so much po and God bless you always. So, muli po, ako po si Roger Ramos, ang inyong PSDS broadcaster hanggang sa susunod na special episode ng Aral TarlakHenyo featuring the programs of the Philippine Air Force. Again, good afternoon, stay home, stay safe, God bless everyone.
Thank you, sir.
How are